Gente, eu destruí um barco aqui, fui eu. Submarino, submarino! Eu que matei. Quem que tá comigo, tá ligado que tem submarino?
But there are thick canopies of trees all through central Arkansas. And when you're talking about already saturated soil, especially for the southern and the western portions of the state, even here in Little Rock, we're more than 10 inches above average in terms of our rainfall so far this year. That means that ground is saturated. That means those trees are more vulnerable to being able to blow over, especially if we're talking about tropical storm force winds, especially if we're talking about some of those weak tornadoes that we see spin up in hurricanes sometimes. Now, of course, a tropical storm for us, but overnight last night, Stephanie Abrams was dealing with the full brunt of the Category 4 storm in Lake Charles.
It's now 11:46, and our winds have now gusted to 72 miles an hour. Remember, hurricane strength is 74, so we're close to seeing those hurricane force gusts here in Lake Charles. It's now 12:34. It's getting harder and harder to stand up as we've had winds gusting here in Lake Charles over 80 miles an hour. It's now 1:15 and it is
across much of Lake Charles, unfortunately. Take a look at some of the winds. Top wind gust of 134 there before the instrument was damaged in Lake Charles. Just incredible wind. Cameron, Louisiana, gusting to 127. Alexandria, 86. Ritter, gusting. No doubt quite a bit of surge in areas further east that are largely unpopulated. Right now it's a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm moving north at 15 miles per hour. And this is the forecast track and intensities from the Hurricane Center. It's going to continue to weaken as tropical cyclones do once they are inland, but it's still going to be packing a punch. There's a lot of inertia here. There's a lot of momentum that has built up that doesn't just go away. And so we're going to be looking at a wind threat that's going to move up through Arkansas, across Tennessee, and eventually into the Carolinas as well, as the track of the storm takes aim on the Virginia. So here you see the current circulation, center of circulation, some drier air wrapping in on the south side. So we've got heavier rain on the north side. And again, winds still very gusty. Monticello now gusting to 46 miles per hour. El Dorado gusting to 44 miles per hour. So that's the type of thing that we'll see. We may see some wind gusts over 50 miles per hour from time to time. And so that could be enough to cause some additional power outages. And then flash flooding is going to be a concern as well. The one thing that's been a little more positive about the storm is that it is moving right along. So you have a little bit less of a rain threat with the storm that is moving. However, it is getting into areas where we've got more mountainous terrain. And so we're going to be looking at a flash flood threat that continues well up into Arkansas. Tornado watch in effect now for eastern Louisiana, western Mississippi, and parts of Arkansas. That is always a concern with a landfalling tropical cyclone. And here you see the wind gust forecast. So going into this evening, we're going to see winds probably gusting 50 to 60 miles per hour in Little Rock. So that is easily enough to bring down some trees and power lines and cause some power outages. Then that strong wind starts to get into Memphis by late tonight. So gusting 40 to 50 tonight, maybe 50 to 60 at times. And that will continue right through the middle of the day tomorrow. So it's going to be kind of a prolonged period of strong wind there in Memphis. Storm slowing down a little bit as it hangs a right and moves more to the east and across Tennessee. Then we go into the evening on Friday, and we watch that wind starting to settle down there in western Tennessee and Arkansas. Strong wind will come across central Tennessee, and so by the time we get into Friday evening, look at that, winds gusting to tropical storm force in Nashville, Tennessee, coming up late tomorrow. We're going to have much more live coverage on Tropical Storm Laura coming up in a few minutes.
We got a Subaru to give him some adventure, to reconnect and be together. And once we did that, we realized his greatest adventure is just beginning.
Welcome to the most adventurous Outback ever. The all-new 2020 Subaru Outback. Go where love takes you.
Get 0% APR financing for 63 months on select models during the Subaru A Lot to Love event.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with Sun-Made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit, Sun-Made.
At Physicians Mutual, we know that planning for retirement can feel scary.
Compared to retiring soon, my husband just retired, figuring out how to stay covered with some real juice.
Hey look, Leonard's premiums are showing.
He doesn't even have a Medigap. Anyway, we found Physicians Mutual. They made it really easy. I'll give them a call.
Retire with confidence. We'll listen and find you the coverage you need.
Physicians Mutual, Physicians Mutual.
So Dish lets you share your TV on multiple devices. Why?
I got some.
Because we know it's a little less scary leaving home, and you can take a little bit of it with you.
Dish, tuned in to you.
How do you think they make Starburst taste so juicy?
Starburst? Juice-Dradic equation. Super top secret mathematical formula they keep stored inside a safe, inside a vault, inside a volcano.
Ah, Juice-Dradics.
Starburst, unexplainably juicy.
When was the last time you really looked out the window? What do you see? The awakening of the rising sun, or light dancing across the mountaintops? Look for a moment longer and you'll see beauties all around us. Like a painting, moving in the wind, speaking to the soul. The world flashing past, still yet to explore. Look out the window. The summer of Jeep is here.
Or get 0% financing for 72 months, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on select 2020 Jeep Grand Cherokee models.
Valspar Signature holds up to common stains and cleans up easy. Discover what's possible at Lowe's.
Can't wait to tell everyone about AT&T's big 5G news.
AT&T has nationwide 5G?
Yep.
And that's faster?
Faster, yeah.
But it's reliable.
Uh-huh, and secure.
You should consider making a big deal about it.
Bigger?
I said bigger.
Oh, bigger deal, bigger than what I'm doing.
It's not complicated. A 5G network needs a 5G device. Now everyone, including existing customers, can get a free Samsung Galaxy Note 20 after trade-in.
I'm Jimmy Dean, and sausage is a great deal like life. You get out of it about what you put into it. You put in quality, and you're going to get out quality, and that's what we do with Jimmy Dean. You have a wonderful day, all right?
Rent the right tools for a new project. Snap a picture to start shopping and shop the store without wandering the aisles. You won't find a toolbox like this anywhere else. Tackle more fall projects with the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Look at that gust. Look at that gust coming through here. You can literally hear the roar coming down the road, the highway, and then it comes right through where you're standing.
Tropical Storm Laura lost that Category 1 status. That is excellent news, but that news does come at a cost. We now have 3 confirmed deaths because of now Tropical Storm Laura. But think about the progression here, folks. That storm went from a Category 4 storm when it hit the coast near Cameron, Louisiana, about 3 hours south of where we are right now, 4 hours south, really, of where we are in Shreveport, as nearly a Category 5. Now we have a tropical storm pushing into Arkansas, and the story of Laura is nowhere near over because that storm is going to persist and continue to push through the Ohio Valley, across Pennsylvania, and then eventually back out into the Atlantic. But we've got a long way to go before it gets there, and a lot of dangerous weather is going to happen between now and then. So make sure you're using extreme caution. Now, earlier today, the Weather Channel was able to catch up with Adrian Perkins, the mayor of Shreveport, Louisiana, just about how unprecedented, how historic this storm actually is, especially when it comes to Shreveport. Listen right now.
Yeah, our number one priority today is safety. We need everybody to remain safe. The city of Shreveport itself, we've closed down our buildings. The state has closed down their buildings. We have our first responders out, prepared to respond to any emergency situations that our citizens might encounter. But with saying that, I'm telling my citizens, please stay at home if possible. Please stay vigilant. This is the first time that we are actually under a hurricane here in Shreveport, so we need to be mindful of it.
A hurricane warning in Shreveport, Louisiana, unprecedented, certainly a historic event at this point. And you're taking a look at the Red River as we have whitecaps still on the Red River. They've been with us all day today, folks, just to show you the power of the wind as this river continues to flow south, eventually wanting to get itself out to the Gulf. Carl Parker, we have whitecaps on the river, and this storm continues to move north, Carl. 3 deaths so far. Let's just pray that that number can stop right there. We don't need any more. 1 was too many, and now we're talking about 3. Heeding these warnings is critical, Carl, and to you.
Yeah, you know, and one of the big killers is storm surge. About half of all fatalities are due to storm surge, and as it happened, the storm came in just about 15 miles farther east relative to what would have produced a maximum storm surge in Lake Charles, home to about 80,000 people. So in terms of surge, it worked out well there in Lake Charles, but in terms of wind, obviously, it did not at all. Winds gusting over 130 miles per hour. We're getting some of the pictures of some of the damage there, and it looks very much like tornado damage. Unfortunately, in Lake Charles, we've seen block after block after block of really significant structural damage in addition to tree and power line damage. So right now, a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm. The storm is slowly weakening, as is typically the case when you've got a landfalling tropical cyclone and it's been deprived of the energy that it draws from warm ocean waters. The storm is going to continue to weaken as it takes a right here. It's essentially going to move up to the north into Little Rock. Could be winds gusting 50, 60 miles per hour this evening in Little Rock. And then the storm is going to get caught up in strong westerly winds and taken along to the east through Kentucky and the Virginias. But we think that the strongest wind is actually going to track just a little to the south of that. So, you know, as we've said many, many times, a forecast cone is not an impact cone. And oftentimes the impacts extend well outside of that cone. So the strongest wind is actually going to extend up into Tennessee and then over into North Carolina as well. Here you see the center of circulation, still pretty well formed considering how far inland it is. We've got some heavy rain now coming up through parts of Louisiana and Arkansas. Most recently, it gusted to 52 miles per hour in El Dorado, so that is what is coming your way in Little Rock. It's going to be a very wet and very windy afternoon. Monticello now gusting to 46 miles per hour. Ongoing flash flood warning here with the rain just about out of Jackson, Lincoln, and Washita parishes there. Also, we see another flash flood warning in effect for Ashley County and Morehouse Parish in Arkansas and also in Louisiana. And an ongoing tornado threat here. Tornado watch is going until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You look at the difference in the wind. So you see the winds at the surface. They are coming out of the east and southeast at the surface, just like that. That's the surface wind right in there. And then you see the winds at about a mile up in the atmosphere. They're coming basically out of the south. That level of turning of the wind can very easily give you tornadoes, and we're going to talk more about that tornado threat coming up in just a few minutes.
Every day is sweet when we're serving you Blizzard treats, like M&M's, cookie dough, and new Oreo fudge brownie. Thanks for being our fans for all these years. DQ, happy tastes good.
AAG from State Farm. I can't thank you enough for getting me the Serena savings on my insurance. Can I get you 10 free minutes in the Bronx Bath?
Serena, with State Farm, everyone's offered surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, sure. How about a complimentary wet moss wrap?
Here's the deal. These savings are for everyone.
Seriously? She's just jealous.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Valspar Signature holds up to common stains and cleans up easy. Discover what's possible at Lowe's.
This is Fracture. Just upload an image, place your order, and it'll show up at your door beautifully printed directly on glass. And this isn't just another frame, not just another canvas. This is new. This is a Fracture. Visit FractureMe.com and print one today.
Look, this isn't my first rodeo. And let me tell you something. I wouldn't be here if I thought reverse mortgages took advantage of any American senior. Or worse, that it was some way to take you home. It's just a loan designed for older homeowners, and it's helped over 1 million Americans. A reverse mortgage loan isn't some kind of trick to take your home. It's a loan, like any other. Big difference is how you pay it back.
Find out how reverse mortgages really work with AAG's free no-obligation reverse mortgage guide. Eliminate monthly mortgage payments, pay bills, medical costs, and more. Call now and get your free info kit. Call 1-800-231-7626.
Other mortgages are paid each month, but with a reverse mortgage, you can pay whatever you can when it works for you. Or you can wait and pay it off in one lump sum when you leave your home.
Discover the option that's best for you. Call today and find out more in AAG's free no-obligation reverse mortgage loan guide. Access tax-free cash and stay in the home you love.
You've probably been investing in your home for years, making monthly mortgage payments, doing the right thing. And it's become your family's heart and soul. Well, that investment can give you tax-free cash just when you need it.
Learn how homeowners are strategically using a reverse mortgage loan to cover expenses, pay for health care, preserve your portfolio, and so much more.
Look, reverse mortgages aren't for everyone. But I think I've been around long enough to know what's what. I'm proud to be a part of AAG. I trust them. I think you can too.
Trust AAG for the best reverse mortgage solutions. Call 1-800-231-7626 so you can
retire better.
How do you think they make Starburst taste so juicy?
Starburst? Juice-Dradic equation. Super top secret mathematical formula they keep stored inside a safe, inside a vault, inside a volcano.
Juice-Dradics.
Starburst, unexplainably juicy.
We're getting tremendous wind, especially off, away from the parking lot, away from really where I could give my cameraman enough protection, but you can certainly see it going on behind me here. We've had wind gusts in the Lake Charles area up to 90 miles per hour, okay? Airport hasn't been that high. They're going to get higher because they're on the south side. We've got a weather station certainly in and around Lake Charles that we can watch and look at. We've had winds there over 70 miles per hour as well. So everything is up now into this hurricane range and higher.
Wow!
Yeah, here it comes. Here, it's coming around. It's coming around now. I think we're getting a little bit of a wind shift. Yeah, I think we're getting a little bit of a wind shift here as that eye comes on through. Plus, there's so much swirling around the building.
104 now gusting here in Lake Charles. Yep, and we're not even in the eye wall, guys. So the fact that we're 104 and not in the eye wall just tells you how bad it's about to get. And that water's not coming up because our wind direction is actually pushing the water out. Okay, it's pushing it out. So it is yet to really push it up and change that direction.
Yeah, we're into this. And now we're at the mercy of whatever this eye wall is going to do as it comes up yet. Believe it or not, it's going to get worse.
is where I was going down the stairs and whatnot. But we're just going to stay tucked back here so that everyone can be safe. And literally, I'm wind-free. I mean, you can see nothing's even blowing on my face or anything. I mean, we are so tucked back here in this corner.
If you've still got power and you are watching us, you still got to go through the other side of the storm. All right, a lot of us have had to retreat and get some technical issues taken care of. My partner, Stephanie Abrams, is one of those steps. You just had to retreat and get inside. Tell us what's going on over there. Just about a 10-minute walk for me in the Golden Nugget.
Windows were shattering. We were not comfortable. So what we did was we tucked back in. Then what happened was it got too bad. They've locked the doors, and we're now inside the casino. And that is the wind whistling through the building.
Yep. Yes, it is going to be close. But right now we're in the eye wall, Steph. You can see the debris just flying around. Thank God it's only leaves. But man, I'm telling you, there's the other thing too about the eye. There's little swirls and little vortices in the eye, and they enhance the wind gusts and obviously the potential of the damage there. And that's what's coming in and on top of us right now.
How eerie is that? That is what a Category 4 eye wall sounds like inside a building.
We were out here under this overhang, but we got into that eastern eye wall again. The wind was just too strong. You can see how it's swaying these huge lights up to the top. Look at the wind blow the water out of the fountain. Okay, I mean, look at how strong it is. Coming in basically due south here is what we're seeing. So too much glass, not a great place to be. Obviously, with that wind blowing, so we've come in out of harm's way. But this building's been compromised. There are several areas in it where there are either holes in the roof, where there are windows broken, where we've had air conditioning units been ripped off the building. There's water flowing in one side of the building. So it's trying to breathe. I mean, think about that. You have all this wind rolling through these holes, and it's trying to get in and out. So, I mean, listen to the building. I'm going to walk over here again, and I want you guys, whoever's on microphones back at the Weather Channel, turn this up a little bit, because it sounds like a chainsaw, right? Listen. I mean, incredible.
All right, just amazing pictures there from what turned out to be a very bad windstorm in Lake Charles. But the surge was not quite as bad as forecast there in Lake Charles. In fact, a good bit lower in Lake Charles proper, as a matter of fact. Let's take a look at the radar recap and show you exactly how all of this went down. And as it stood, you saw this incredibly dangerous eye wall moving right into Cameron, Louisiana, and then right up into Lake Charles. And this is right before the radar went down in Lake Charles. And so the eye itself actually passed over Lake Charles. Now, that means that if the storm had been just 15 miles farther west, we would have seen those strong winds associated with the eastern eye wall coming right up there through the Calcasieu Lake area and the inlet that links the Calcasieu Lake to the Gulf. And that would have more directly pushed water and up into Lake Charles. So that's how close we came to getting a really severe surge there in Lake Charles. And what's interesting about that is when you look at areas that are farther east, I mean, there's almost nothing there. So it may very well have been that there was a 15-foot storm surge, and we may not know just because that is nearly all unpopulated marsh. We're going to have much more on Laura coming up in just a few minutes.
This Labor Day, crack open a Budweiser and experience the refreshing taste of a long weekend. Make the most of your Labor Day by picking up Budweiser today.
Each year, Americans waste $21 billion by overpaying on car insurance. That's why I went to thezebra.com. Because while every company claims to save you money on car insurance, the Zebra shows you who actually can.
Compare car insurance for free at thezebra.com today.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water.
Earn box tops for your school with Nestle Pure Light. Available across these fun packs.
This is Ava.
These are Ava's shoulders. They square off and bear it all. But now Ava's shoulders are stronger than ever. This is what Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield does for Ava. And with plans that fit your life and budget, you can count on us when it matters most. This is Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield. This is the benefit of blue.
Valspar Signature holds up to common stains and cleans up easy. Discover what's possible at Lowe's.
Start your day with Secret. Secret stops sweat 3 times more than ordinary antiperspirants. With Secret, you're unstoppable. No sweat. Try it and love it or get your money back. Secret.
No sweat.
Here's the snap. Drops fakes. Throws right up the net. Oh, drops it. Oh, that's going to hurt. Nothing's not going to hurt.
Flight is early tomorrow. And it's a long flight, too. Once we get there, we'll meet up with them. Let her go.
I'm Jimmy Dean, and sausage is a great deal like life. You get out of it about what you put into it. You put in quality, and you're going to get out quality, and that's what we do with Jimmy Dean. You have a wonderful day, all right?
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life. But with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on, uninterrupted, because you'll have power when you need it the most.
24 days without power. I had water, I had ice, I had coffee, I had air conditioning. I was able to stay here because of Generac.
Get the safety, security, and peace of mind your family deserves with a home standby generator from Generac. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product. Very, very good reviews from everybody.
Prices start at just $19.99, and special financing is available with surprisingly affordable monthly payments. Call now to schedule your free in-home assessment, and you'll receive a 7-year extended warranty absolutely free. That's a $695 value. Call or go online today. Power your life with Generac.
This is epic.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
Got your weather threat here live on the ground. Right now, it's coming down.
The Weather Channel.
Thank you for staying with us live here on the Weather Channel as we get you through hurricane now turned tropical storm Laura. I'm Justin Michaels live for you this hour in Shreveport, Louisiana, where the rain continues to come down, but its consistency has changed a little bit. We've gone from those really almost painful drops of rain blowing and hitting your face to almost a fine mist of a rain. So the storm is continuing to push north, now again downgraded to a tropical storm, but as those downgrades happen, don't let that diminish the risk that's associated with this storm. We know around Shreveport, trees have come down, no injuries reported at this time, but still, the risk still presents itself for so many people as this storm continues to move. The best thing you can do is stay in the rest of this day, watch the Weather Channel, stay up on all the warnings and watches that are out there, keep yourself and your family safe. Take a look at the Red River. If you've been watching all day, you've been watching me point out the fact that this river has had white caps on it. Well, take a look. They've nothing. And there's a few out there, but certainly not as many as we've seen throughout the course of this morning. So, as Laura continues to push north, the conditions here in Shreveport are getting marginally better, and that's some good news. But we know that areas north of here and eventually east of here into Arkansas, into Kentucky, and moving itself across the Ohio River Valley and then into Pennsylvania, Felicia, this story of this hurricane now turned tropical storm, though it started as it made landfall in Cameron last night and all the preparations that happened over the last couple days, made landfall as at nearly a Category 5, just a couple of miles per hour short of that. Now we're down to a tropical storm, but the danger is still there, and the story is not over, Felicia. To you now in Little Rock, Arkansas.
Thanks so much, Justin. And you're right, especially here for Arkansas, as the story's really just beginning. I've been watching the power outage map pretty much all morning, and initially we didn't really start with very much, and then we started to see some power outages for places like El Dorado. And I'll tell you, as those stronger winds have crept farther north through Arkansas, we're also watching the power outage map light up with more power outages creeping farther north. We're up above 20,000 power outages at this point, and there will be more. You may notice a little bit of a difference at this point. So Justin was actually on the west side of the storm in Shreveport. I'm going to be on the east side of the storm, and we call the east side of the storm the dirty side of the storm for a reason. That's where you're getting the highest risk for those tornadoes. That's where you're also getting some of the higher winds because you have the forward storm velocity as well as the winds coming in that counterclockwise circulation. So if you're in Little Rock, don't look at what Justin was seeing in Shreveport and say, oh, well, that's coming our way, because we've got a different side of the storm here. It's going to be a different storm for Little Rock. I would say be ready for power outages. If you were here through Rita, 60,000 power outages with that storm, and we could see quite a few power outages, as mentioned, already 20,000 power outages. Now, I am here on the R River, where there are no flood type of worries for this particular river, but we've got flood warnings in effect for Washita River, Little Missouri River, and then also the Saline River expected to crest. So river flooding, freshwater flooding, and the damaging wind gusts possibly leading to some power outages. And then, as we've already seen, the deaths that have come from the U.S. mainland with Laura have been because of fallen trees. So you want to make sure that if you have any maybe unhealthy trees around your home, you're very cognizant of that. And if you are under a tornado warning, and especially at the peak of these winds, you take shelter and you're just careful with this storm, because obviously we've already seen it become fatal. So multiple different worries that we're dealing with here in the Little Rock area and really all of southern Arkansas and up into northeastern Arkansas. The conditions are going to continue to deteriorate here in Little Rock as we head into the middle part of the afternoon, and then that will cool off as we head into the overnight hours. So, guys, that's what we're watching here in Little Rock. Back to you.
Yes, and Felicia, what an extreme wind event we had overnight into this morning. And now, as you've been mentioning, there's a lot of rain now on the way, as this has become an inland problem for areas of Arkansas and then even into the mid-Atlantic. So we're going to see a lot of rain. We could see some of that flooding as well in the coming days. Through tomorrow morning, there's the areas that we're going to be focusing on, especially in yellow, still across the coast, and then all the way up around Little Rock, also Shreveport. And then this will extend into parts of the mid-Atlantic area as well. Not just the rain, but you will also have some wind as well, maybe even up to tropical storm force wind gusts in some areas, as Laura is still holding together at tropical storm status. There's your flash flood watches that goes all the way from the coast up through Louisiana, Arkansas, and then even getting into portions of Tennessee as we continue into the coming days and we start the weekend. One spot, Memphis, you're going to see some wet weather, some stormy weather as we head into the next couple days. Again, all these areas, especially on the east side of this track, as Felicia mentioned as well, you got to stay vigilant with the tornado threat as well. So again, we're going to be watching not just the flooding, but also that tornado threat, as Laura has a long way to go. We have live coverage all day long right here on the Weather Channel.
She's doing it again.
No cover-up spray here. It's the irresistibly fresh scent of Febreze Air Effects. Cheaper aerosols can cover up odors, bearing the smell in a flowery fog. Switch to Febreze Air Effects. Febreze eliminates even the toughest odors from the air, and it uses a 100% natural propellant to leave behind a pleasant scent you'll love. Use anywhere odors can spread. Freshen up. Don't cover up. Febreze Air Effects.
2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again, and wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
That feeling when, yep, they've eaten everything. Keep 'em full with Hot Pockets. Premium pepperoni, real cheese, and that buttery garlic crust. Literally built to satisfy.
Hot Pockets. To me, the A in Chick-fil-A means A+. We want to be excellent in everything that we do, whether it is just bagging a chicken sandwich. We want to take good care of our guests by not just giving them good food, giving it to them quickly, but also safely.
The A in Chick-fil-A means an extra level of care. Chick-fil-A is taking these extra precautions to be able to serve people, and I'm going to make sure that it feels like home and that it feels safe for everybody that I come in contact with while I'm there.
This is Ava. These are Ava's shoulders. They square off and bear it all. Stronger than ever. This is what Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield does for Ava. And with plans that fit your life and budget, you can count on us when it matters most. This is Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield. This is the benefit of Blue.
Each year, Americans waste over $21 billion by overpaying on car insurance. Enter the Zebra.
Another car insurance ad?
No. The Zebra compares them all and shows you who can actually save you money. Compare car insurance for free at thezebra.com.
11 days on the open seas. Still no sign of the world's mightiest predator. So we're attempting to coerce a visit. With Devour white cheddar mac and cheese with bacon.
Oh, that looks good.
Astounding. Eat like an animal. Devour. Doug.
You know, Limu, after all these years, it's the ones that got away that haunt me the most. Because you're not like everybody else. That's why Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance. So you only pay for what you need. What? Oh, I said. Oh, this is my floor. No! Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Valspar Signature holds up to common stains and cleans up easy. Discover what's possible at Lowe's.
Welcome back into our continuing coverage of what was Hurricane Laura and is now Tropical Storm Laura, continuing to turn across the Gulf states, bringing heavy winds, heavy rainfall, the threat for tornadoes, and the risk of flooding. Made landfall last night as a Category 4 storm along the southern Louisiana border. A major hurricane making landfall, leaving behind a ton of disaster. Now, this storm eventually going to get swept away and end up in the mid-Atlantic as we head into the weekend. But first, people like the residents of Little Rock, they're going to end up dealing with that. That's where I'm coming to you live from Little Rock, Arkansas, where I'll tell you it's been a light, steady shower for about the past couple hours, but we're starting to see the rain pick up a little bit more. We're starting to see some of those breezes pick up a bit more, but I really think you're going to start to see the peak here in a place like Little Rock as we head into the later afternoon. Of course, I'm going to continue tracking that for you, but we also have our own Justin Michaels. He's in Shreveport, Louisiana, on the kind of the south and west of where I am, in case you don't exactly know where we're lined up here. And Justin, you've been dealing with the bands of this storm for hours at this point.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, though, finally a little bit, Felicia, a little bit of a break. In fact, you see, I took off my hood. The rain has pretty much come to a stop here. It's very fine mist, and the winds have died just a little bit as the storm continues to push north. So that's a little bit of good news, but it's that false sense of security that can truly turn deadly. So remember, there are still plenty of after effects. As this storm continues to push north and get up there towards Felicia in Little Rock, there's still plenty that can go wrong here. And farther south of where we are right now, down along the coast, Lake Charles, Cameron, and a place like Westlake, Louisiana, they certainly are seeing their fair of trouble. In fact, take a look at some video right here of Westlake. There is actually a chlorine leak at a biolab chemical manufacturing facility It's right along I-10. This is causing quite a mess for people in that area. They've closed down I-10, it looks like, a little in some areas to divert people around there. So, again, just one of the many problems presenting as a result of now Tropical Storm Laura, just in the last hour, downgraded from a Category 1 to a tropical storm, maybe the last half hour. So the storm does continue to weaken, but still the dangers present, and the dangers are real because of tornado warnings that can pop up, and also, of course, trees that can come down. The winds are continuing to blow, and you just need to make sure you're using extreme caution and have that safe place available to you. I can tell you this much. Our crew is going to be leaving here in the next several hours. We're going to be heading south to get to Lake Charles, Louisiana, and I'll tell you what, Carl Parker, I've seen some images coming out of Lake Charles from Charles Peak, our storm weather warrior down there, and also different images coming out. Lake Charles is an absolute mess. The dangers are everywhere, and I have to believe a lot of the Gulf Coast looks just like that. Carl, into you.
Yeah, you know, from what I've seen, it looks very much like tornado damage in a large part of Lake Charles. So I think we're going to see a lot of pictures like that through the day. The wind damage has been extreme there in Lake Charles. Thankfully, the surge was not as bad as feared. The storm coming in a little farther to the east, and that was not optimal for bringing that water up into Lake Charles. And certainly that was the best thing that we could have hoped for. And there are a lot of chemical plants there in the Lake Charles area, and certainly that is a worry when you get flooding. We saw a terrible problem with that in Houston with Harvey back in 2017. So right now, got a new advisory from the Hurricane Center. It is a 65-mile-per-hour tropical storm moving north now at 15 miles per hour. It's going to continue to move north in the short term, and then it's going to begin to turn to the right, essentially starting to feel westerly winds, and that will take it up and into Kentucky and then also into the Virginias. But as is always the case, the cone is not an impact cone. It's not showing you where the weather is necessarily going to be. And actually, the worst of the wind is going to be a little farther south, more towards parts of Tennessee.
So some businesses have lost power in Texas and Louisiana in particular. I've spoken to all the governors, and we've worked everything out for the federal government to be very, very efficient and be very aggressive in getting everything back and going as it should. So I just want to thank Pete and all of the people at FEMA. I want to thank Chad Wolf. I want to congratulate him on his nomination. Fantastic. I hope that goes very quickly. It should go very quickly. You've done a fantastic job. And with that, maybe I'll have Chad say a few words, and then Pete can say something, and we'll take some questions, please.
Well, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you for being here at the FEMA's National Response Coordination Center. The situation on the ground, as we've heard, is both fluid and challenging, but again, your entire administration has been preparing for this storm, and we are responding. As you indicated, Mr. President, it's one of the strongest hurricanes to ever hit this part of the country, but the experience, skill, and expertise of the entire DHS response and relief efforts have been mobilized or in the field today responding. I think you've heard Administrator Gaynor. I know the Vice President has. Time and time again, the best response to a disaster is one that is locally executed, state managed, and federally supported. Thankfully, we have very strong partners, both with Governor Abbott and Governor Edwards, in this fight to respond. Mr. President, you acted quickly to authorize emergency disaster declarations for Texas, Louisiana, and Arkansas, which has allowed the federal government to prepare and now respond to the hurricane. So thank you for that as well. A successful response involves an all-government approach. So FEMA's leading that approach, and your Coast Guard pre-positioned assets, pre-positioned its people, and are responding today. They're up in the air. They're conducting search and rescue assessments and other types of assessments. We've also deployed Customs and Border Protection air assets as well, along with DOD, Army Corps of Engineers, again, a whole of government response. I know Administrator Gaynor will be down in the area starting tomorrow, and I will likely be down there this weekend as well. So, again, Americans are resilient people. DHS is prepared to help our fellow Americans in the path of the hurricane to recover and to respond. So, thank you again for being here today and showing your support to the men and women of FEMA.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. So we're going to go to Dr. Neil Jacobs, the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Environmental Observation and Prediction from NOAA. Neil.
Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, thank you for being here today and
big thanks to FEMA and DHS for all their support and collaboration with us. Really wanted to thank the folks at the Weather Service and the National Hurricane Center for the fantastic and tremendous work they've done in predicting this, and also their collaboration with the state and local emergency managers. Also wanted to mention the Hurricane Hunter flights flying into the storms, collecting data. At any given time, we had 3 different planes rotating, and also a lot of help with the Air Force. They also were sending planes into the storm to collect data. The models and the observations have been hugely beneficial this season, very much thanks to the Weather Research and Forecasting Innovation Act that you signed into law in 2017. We did have to evacuate one forecast office. They've relocated the forecasting services to Brownsville, Texas, and we pre-deployed emergency response aircraft to do aerial surveys and high-resolution photos, as well as the coast survey. The navigation response teams are pre-deployed to Galveston and Stennis. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to the Hurricane Center Director, Ken Graham, for his update on the storm.
Could I ask you, what's the level of danger for, you say 3 planes flying into the storm? What's the level of danger for the planes, the pilots, flying into a storm of this magnitude, where you head up to 185 and even beyond winds? What is that level?
So we have 2 P3s, which fly at lower altitude into the actual storm, and then we have a Gulf Stream that flies high altitude above the storm. I've actually done one of those flights myself. It's quite bumpy, but actually the stronger the storm, so I'm told by the pilots, it's less bumpy than the weaker storms because the convection's more organized. So they're flying into a stiff wind, but it's not quite as bumpy. But believe me, it's a lot bumpier than your average commercial flight.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ken Graham, I think it's on you.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much. And Mr. President, Vice President, thank you for this opportunity to brief you today. I did want to say we appreciate the relationship we have with FEMA. We actually have FEMA, the Hurricane Liaison team, embedded with us here at the Hurricane Center. So it's just a great partnership that we work these big events. So I did want to start off with the latest information on Hurricane Laura. It just became a tropical storm, 70 miles an hour on the latest update, still moving north at 15 miles an hour. So we look at this satellite here. The NOAA satellite is one of the tools that we use to really keep an eye on these systems like this. Landfall, as you said, Mr. President, was at 1 a.m. at 150 miles an hour near Cameron, Louisiana. And it's interesting to look back at the 3-day forecast. The point that we made landfall was very close to the 3-day forecast on the track, so a very good forecast track. And we continue to move northward through Louisiana, even seeing some impacts in Arkansas. And Hurricane Laura brought that eye wall of 150 mile an hour winds. But not only that, the heavy rainfall and also the southerly flow that comes out of the Gulf of Mexico piles up that water. So we did see the storm surge in these areas, and also tornadoes and these dangerous rain bands that circle around the storm. So we had tornadoes, we had the heavy rain, and we have all those impacts associated with this hurricane. So what's next? This is our latest forecast that we have. You still have those tropical storm force winds well away from the center. So there's quite a few people that still feel the impact from that rain and also from those winds. A tropical storm still getting into Arkansas. So if you combine the winds and that rain, those folks are going to still see some of those impacts. So that's the latest information as we continue to move up. Even by Friday, we'll be getting into portions of Kentucky and West Virginia and Virginia throughout the weekend. So we'll be keeping a very close eye on this. But I wanted to take the time to echo what Dr. Jacobs said. They're heroes, Mr. President. We try to get everybody away from the coastline, to get away from the dangers of these hurricanes. And the women and the men at the hurricane hunters, both at NOAA and also the Air Force, they go straight for the danger and they fly these systems. If that data gets into the models, it really helps us here at the Hurricane Center with our watches and warnings and the forecast. We just couldn't do it without them. So anyway, appreciate the support. Wanted to give you the latest information on Hurricane Laura, now Tropical Storm Laura.
Thank you very much. Great job. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken. Sir, we're going to go to some brief slides, and the first slide is really to highlight our federal partners and our private nonprofit partners. So I'll just give it a second to catch up here. But this is just not FEMA doing this. This is our great partners like DOD, National Guard, EPA, SBA, you name it. There are people in this building or virtual because of COVID that are supporting these efforts. And again, like the Secretary mentioned, a whole of government response when it comes to this hurricane and any other natural disaster that we may see in the future. And next slide, slide 4, please. So just a taste of some of the resources that we have on the ground in response for this hurricane. So from FEMA staff that are here in this building, that are embedded with governors and their emergency operations centers in multiple states, Army Corps of Engineers with their power and roof teams that are on the ground doing assessments, urban search and rescue teams. There's an urban search and rescue team from Indianapolis. Indiana Task Force 1 is out there today doing assessments. Communications teams, we have mobile emergency response units out there that give extra capacity to locals that may have lost their communications. Our other great partners, utility crews from all across the country, 10,000 crew members out there right now and doing restoration where they can, where it's safe, but again, can't do it without them. Red Cross doing sheltering, Salvation Army doing feeding, DOD and National Guard providing helicopters and high water vehicles. And I could go on and on about the team that is assembled to respond to and recover from this disaster and again, any other disaster that we may face. So we have a couple of pictures that we'd like to share with you from the field. And my Assistant Administrator for Response and Recovery, Dave Vivo, will help us kind of go through this. But we want to give you a taste of, we've been on the ground since daylight, about 6 hours so far doing assessments. It will probably take the rest of the day and maybe even tomorrow to kind of see the size and scope and impact of Laura. But we just wanted to share some pictures. And Dave, if you could take us through some of these shots.
Yes, sir. Sir, one of the ways that we gather information before our people are out on the ground is we do social listening and identify photographs or videos from social media to get the task forces, for instance, like Indiana Task Force 1 and others that are deployed, ideas about where to go to check on people. And so you'll see as we go through a few of these photographs, sir, that some of them are from social media, some of them are from our personnel on the ground. And the one that you saw just a moment ago, if we go back to control room, the red and white there is a communication tower, so pretty significant damage there on the left. And then Lake Charles on the right, which is in Calcasieu Parish, which is one of the areas of significant impact. Next slide. Some trees down across roadways, and you can see the power lines down, which is going to be a major focus of effort for us for the foreseeable future. Next slide. Roadways overtopped with water, which dewatering them and then making sure that they're safe for passage will also be a focus for us, and one of the ways that FEMA provides assistance to states after disasters. Next slide. And here you actually see we had a team that was forward deployed overnight. They rode out the storm in Lake Charles in Calcasieu Parish. Our regional administrator, Marianne Tierney from FEMA Region 3 was deployed there, and she's assisting a resident with a roof that had come off the property, which is going to be a common site for damage because of the wind speed, and we will be seeing a lot of that. The administrator mentioned we've actually forward deployed plastic sheeting, and we'll work with the Corps of Engineers in the coming days, as well as the state to provide support to folks whose roofs have been damaged. Next slide. And there, sir, you can see the actual roof that was ripped off of the residence. Next slide. There's a chlorine fire in Lake Charles that is a focus of our attention to support the state of Louisiana with, and the fire services are working that now. Next slide. And some additional residence damage, and in the coming days we anticipate we'll provide support for folks who had their homes impacted, subject to your approval. Next slide. Some significant wind damage there. You can really see the ferocity of the wind impact.
Really, it's amazing.
Next slide. Lake Charles again, another communication tower as well as an office building downtown. Significant glass damage that we're seeing widespread from the wind as well.
How many buildings are like that building?
That one has been popping up a lot, Mr. President. We haven't seen a lot of high-rise buildings like that, but we have seen extensive glass damage.
You don't want to use that glass contractor, right?
Sir.
Next. They didn't do too good a job.
Next slide. And sir, looking ahead to the next 72 hours, just an idea in partnership with the state of the priorities that we have, getting the debris off the roads and the roads cleared. That lets the task forces do their work to make sure that people are safe, making sure that people have a safe place to sleep if their homes have been damaged, and the American Red Cross and others play a major role in that. Power restoration as the storm proceeds north. The power crews come in behind and begin restoration, and we'll proceed north through Louisiana and Arkansas and others. Search and rescue underway. We've had good news with healthcare facilities so far, sir. They're operating on generator power, and so far so good on that front. Of course, keeping our people safe in the field.
Yes, sir. Before I turn it back over to yourself and the Vice President, our messaging today will continue to be to the residents that are impacted. Keep your family safe. Wait for the all clear. Heed the directions of your local emergency manager, your local elected officials. If you don't have to go out, don't go out. If you put yourself out there just to go sightseeing, you put at risk other first responders that you take away from something maybe more important. So again, stay home and pay attention to the warnings that your local is giving to you. Stay out of the water. It's dangerous. Turn around, don't drown is our motto in these things. So again, please don't go out sightseeing. Stay away from down power lines. I know residents are eager to get out there with a chainsaw and start clearing debris, and in that may be live wire. So again, be safe, keep your family safe, and then lastly, again, heed the direction of your local emergency manager, your local elected officials. They know best, so stay tuned to that. And so that's going to be our message for the next couple of days, so we prevent injuries and deaths following the storm. Again, you'll see that most likely spike up, because that's what happens on these big storms. Thank you. And sir, I'll defer.
I just wanted to say Mike did a fantastic job last night, and I think you deserve the honor of making your statement right now. You've made a big statement last night. Let's make a smaller one now.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. I know I speak for you when I express our admiration for the team here at Department of Homeland Security, FEMA, NOAA, this interagency effort. This was a serious storm. And Mr. President, from this weekend, when you signed an emergency disaster declaration for Louisiana and Texas, this team forward deployed resources. We were ready for the worst. By all accounts from the experts, it sounds like while this was obviously a major storm with devastating impact, it was not as bad as it could have been. And the fact that while we grieve the loss of a young girl in Louisiana, and her family has our sympathies, this is a real tribute to first responders, the people of Louisiana and Texas, who really put safety first. But, Mr. President, I just would encourage people to keep the people of Louisiana and Texas, and now Arkansas, where you've signed an emergency declaration as the tropical storm moves north. Keep them in your prayers, but also keep in mind organizations like Red Cross that are also on the ground, that are providing assistance and support to all of the efforts for families. Mr. President, you often say in moments like this, people can be assured that that we will be with them. We were there to respond, rescue, and your direction with the resources that you've deployed, Mr. President, will make sure that we're with the people of Louisiana and Texas and any other areas of the country impacted by the storm until we bring everyone back, as you often say, bigger and better than ever before. So, thank you, Mr. President. I want to echo your thanks and admiration for this team and all the first responders and state and local authorities that are represented.
Great, Mike. Thank you very much. Any questions concerning the hurricane?
Yes, Mr. President, will you be visiting the Gulf Coast, and if so, when?
Very shortly. We'll be doing tonight. In fact, I was actually prepared to postpone the speech tonight and make it on Monday. I was going to Texas. I was going to Louisiana, maybe Arkansas. Looks like Arkansas. I just spoke to the governor. It's going to be in pretty good shape, but they'll need some help. But now it turned out we got a little bit lucky. It was very big. It was very powerful, but it passed quickly. And so everything's on schedule. We'll probably be going on Saturday or Sunday, and we'll be heading to Texas and Louisiana, and maybe an additional stop. So that'll either be on Saturday, a little bit in the afternoon, or Sunday. And we'll be ready. I think you'll be prepared by that time. but I just want to thank all of the people from FEMA in particular and all law enforcement and everyone else locally because they've done a fantastic job. So we'll be going Saturday or Sunday.
Mr. President, could you also comment on what's going on in Wisconsin and the NBA response to the violence?
Yeah, I can tell you that Wisconsin, I appreciate the governor calling and saying he wanted National Guard. As you know, last night was very quiet. The night before wasn't. And the reason it wasn't, they didn't have proper protection. But I respect the governor's decision to get that protection. The National Guard did a fantastic job. Mark Meadows is here. We called up the National Guard. We sent it out, and they did a fantastic job last night. We had virtually no incident. Portland should do the same thing. These are all Democrat-run cities that should do this as they did really in Wisconsin. So it went very, very smooth. We had a relatively small force. We can be much larger if necessary. We'll move a very large force there, but we didn't need too much, and it worked out very well in Wisconsin. And all I ask is that these cities that are having difficulty, if they call us, if they request that we send the National Guard, they will be there instantaneously, and we will put out the fire, we will put out the flame, we will put out the vandalism, because the vandalism and the looting is ridiculous to allow this to happen. I don't know how they can possibly do it and why they do it. I don't understand, because all they have to do is call. They could call me, they could call Mike, they can call any one of us. We'll have the National Guard there, and we will stop the violence very quickly. Chad, I think you might want to say something about that.
Absolutely, Mr. President. I think what we've seen across the country, particularly in Portland and other cities, is when the capacity outstrips what the state and local law enforcement can do, they need to pick up the phone and they need to request help. In those cities that do that, we see the violence curbed and reduced almost immediately. So I would encourage other cities that are targets and that are experiencing this violence, particularly Portland.
All right, you're listening to officials at FEMA and the president talking about the response there as we've had a major storm coming into the Louisiana coast, one of the worst that we've seen in Louisiana history, and in fact, one of the top 5 in terms of wind speed to ever make landfall in the continental U.S. And the storm is still going. It is by no means over at this point. We are still looking at a threat for very heavy rain, still seeing some strong wind as well, now gusting to 38 miles per hour in Arkadelphia and Texarkana, and Monticello gusting to 40 miles per hour. So that weather is on the way for Arkansas, coming for Little Rock, Arkansas. And you see all the heavy rain here that is also going to be coming up into Little Rock. Right now, flash flood warning, as much as 3 to 4 inches of rain has fallen in Bradley and Calhoun and Cleveland counties. And so we expect to see that threat also coming up into Little Rock. And notice that there are some storms in Mississippi. We're going to be watching these areas for more of that developing. Potentially there could be some tornadoes in Louisiana, Mississippi, and also into parts of Arkansas today. So talking about the wind forecast going forward, we expect to see very strong winds in Little Rock this evening. That will then make its way into Memphis by late tonight, and then it's going to go on for a long time. The storm is actually going to slow down a little bit as it hangs a right, essentially, and that's going to keep more of that wind in western Tennessee for a longer period of time. So going from late tonight right through the overnight in the morning, even into late morning, still seeing some very strong wind gusts there in Memphis, Tennessee, easily enough to bring down some trees and power lines and cause some outages. Then that will move across and into Tennessee and farther eastward. Here's the forecast continuing into central Tennessee. So strong winds moving into Nashville and into Huntsville, we think by late tomorrow, then over into Knoxville and Chattanooga going into Saturday morning. Some of that reaching down into the Atlanta metro and then moving into Charlotte and into Raleigh as we go into Saturday afternoon. So again, as I mentioned, this is not over yet. It's not going to be the same storm, of course, but we are looking at the wind threat and very heavy rain. A lot of mountainous terrain there in northern parts of Arkansas in particular, so we'll be certainly concerned about flash flooding in those areas. A couple of spots that we're watching, Arkansas and also southeastern Louisiana. And then going forward, the rainfall amounts are going to be not as large, but we will see some of that rain getting over into the Appalachians there, so there's going to be worry about flash flooding in those areas. And we think the greatest chance for flash flooding is likely going to be there in western parts of Kentucky from tonight into tomorrow and going into Saturday morning as well. Also looking at a threat for severe weather with the system tomorrow. There may be some tornadoes with wind shear in the atmosphere from Tennessee into Mississippi and Alabama. We'll have much more on what is now Tropical Storm Laura coming up in just a few minutes.
This summer, we've all got miles to make up. Miles to the job site, to the campsite, and anything else we set our sights on. Miles back to those who can make this summer mean more than ever. We can help you get the most out of those miles during the Ram Labor Day sales event.
Right now, get $7,300 in total values on the 2020 Ram 1500. Shop and buy online at ram.com.
And Doug. You know, Limu, after all these years, it's the ones that got away that haunt you the most. Because you're not like everybody else. That's why Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance. So you only pay for what you need. What? Oh, I said.
Oh, this is my floor.
No! Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Is there a power struggle in your home? Fighting to charge phones, tablets, or game consoles? Because there's never enough plugs. Or worse, you end up without a charge. Now there's Spin Power, the ultimate smart charging station. Brought to you by Bell & Howell. Bell & Howell Spin Power lets you conveniently charge all of your electronics. And with our rapid smart charging technology, devices are charged in a flash. It has a 360-degree swivel design. And Spin Power is a smart charging station. Our smart control ports detect your connected devices for rapid optimal charging without battery stress. Spin Power smart charging station is also a surge protector with 4 outlets and 6 smart USB ports. Charge 10 devices at once. Digging for extension cords? That's a tangled mess. Spin Power by Bell & Howell has a sleek and convenient 40-inch extendable cord. Reach any outlet with ease. Keep power at your fingertips and rapidly charge up to 10 devices at the same time, anywhere in your home. But there's more. Our cord's retractable. Just turn the top and it wraps inside the base. Tighten it up so it looks sleek on countertops or tables. Use it right near the wall. Finally, charge everything on your desk without crawling underneath it. Its tough design is great for your workshop or garage. Charge all your power tools at one time. Stop crawling around with tangled cords to find a plug. Spin Power's vertical design easily fits plugs of all shapes and sizes. With Spin Power by Bell & Howell, you'll always have a charge. You'll wonder how you lived without it. Call or go online to get your Spin Power by Bell & Howell for the low, low price of just 2 easy payments of $14.99. Spin Power comes with a 10-year warranty. But wait, you can double the offer. Just pay a separate fee. And shipping is free. That's right, free shipping. You get it all while supplies last. Here's how to order.
Call 1-800-458-4122. That's 1-800-458-4122 or go to buyspinpower.com. So call 1-800-458-4122 or order online at buyspinpower.com. Call now.
Valspar Signature holds up to common stains and cleans up easy. Discover what's possible at Lowe's.
1 in 2 kids is underhydrated. If your child doesn't see themselves at times, they may not be hydrated enough. All new plant-powered Creative Roots gives kids the hydration they need with the fruit flavors they love and 1 gram of sugar. Find new Creative Roots in the kids' juice aisle.
Welcome back, everyone. We're listening live to the press conference with Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards. Take a listen.
Today with me, Chip Klein is going to speak in just a moment. He, of course, is chairman of the CPRA, but he'll talk about coastal flooding. We have Secretary of Department of Transportation and Development, Sean Wilson, who will speak in a little bit on roadways. And then we have Fire Marshal Butch Browning, who is here to answer questions perhaps that you might have about the fire at the chemical plant in Westlake. And obviously you can ask questions of any of the officials here. First of all, it is clear that we did not sustain and suffer the absolute catastrophic damage that we saw based on the forecast we had last night. But we have sustained a tremendous amount of damage. We have thousands and thousands of our fellow citizens whose lives are upside down because their businesses and or their homes have been damaged. And we have lots of challenges around the state, to say the least, with a variety of things, whether it's electrical power, water service, you name it. And so we have a lot of work to do, but we're in better shape today than might have been the case. And so we have a lot to be thankful for as well. As you know by now, I'm sure, Hurricane Laura made landfall as predicted last night, or I should say this morning at 1 a.m., as a very strong Category 4 hurricane with sustained winds of 150 miles per hour. This was the most powerful storm to ever make landfall in Louisiana. And it is still a powerful storm that is in the state of Louisiana that is continuing to cause damage and life-threatening conditions, including a further loss of electricity. Before I get more deeply into Laura's impacts in Louisiana, I do want to discuss in particular a chlorine gas chemical fire at Biolab in Westlake that has resulted in us asking the citizens of Westlake and Moss Bluff to be cognizant of what's going on and to shelter at home. And unfortunately, despite the heat that they're experiencing, shelter at home under those circumstances means they need to be on the inside of their home with the doors and windows closed and the air conditioning off if they're lucky enough to have electricity, whether it's by generator or otherwise. And please understand we're doing everything we can to get that situation under control, put out that fire, and to stop any off-premises migration. And again, we have the state police and the fire marshal's office here to answer specific questions about that. You may have seen some footage that shows the chemical fire in Westlake that I just mentioned from the perspective of the lake and looking underneath the bridge. And if you've seen that, you've seen the Isle of Capri casino that's on the barge that obviously came loose during the storm and is sort of wedged underneath the bridge. The bridge remains closed, so that means I-10 is closed, and that's until we can do an inspection to see what sort of damage, if any, was caused by that barge. Obviously, there may be additional directions from local officials in that area. We're encouraging everyone, well, first of all, this goes for everybody across the state, to follow the directions that you're given by your local officials and your offices of emergency preparedness, but particularly in the Westlake, Moss Bluff, Lake Charles areas, pay attention to their directions as it relates to the chemical fire. Hurricane Laura, which struck our state, was recently downgraded, I think about 30 minutes or so ago, to a tropical storm. The center at that time was between Shreveport and Ruston. The track of the storm was just slightly east of what had been forecasted, and according to a conversation that I had with Ken Graham of the Hurricane Center, that is why we didn't get as much storm surge pushed up into Lake Charles, because the eye of the storm never crossed over the Calcasieu Ship Channel.
And thank goodness for that. We did not see the storm surge in many of these areas that was expected, and that's such a blessing. You've been listening to Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards briefing his state on the damage done by Laura. We're going to join back into this press conference right after this break.
Find your keys. Find your get up and go. Find pants that aren't sweats. Find your friends. Find your sense of wonder. Find the world is new again. At Chevy, we'd like to take you there. Now now during the Chevy Open Road Sales Event. Get up to 15% of MSRP cash back on select 2020 models. That's over $5,700 cash back on this Equinox. It's time to find new roads again.
The 2020 presidential election will be one of the most exciting races in U.S. history. Who will occupy the Oval Office? To memorialize this historic election, this collector's edition 2020 Battle for the White House chess set is now ready for public release. Democrats stand face to face against Republicans. President Donald J. Trump with Mike Pence by his side. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, and House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. Knights riding symbolic donkeys and elephants. Justices Brett Kavanaugh, Sonia Sotomayor, Chief Justice John Roberts, and Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Bishops standing guard to protect the Supreme Court. Pawns, elephants for the Republicans and donkeys for the Democrats, are the first line of defense. Each piece painstakingly designed for impeccable detail that is truly stunning. A keepsake you'll cherish for generations and proudly display in your home. Former President George W. Bush, Vice President Dick Cheney, along with former President Barack Obama and Vice President Joe Biden, rooks for this historic showdown. Who will win the election in your home? You could spend nearly $800 on a traditional chess set, or you can call or go online today to reserve your limited edition 2020 Battle for the White House chess set for only $39.99, complete with an individually numbered certificate of authenticity. Order in the next 5 minutes and you can get a second chess set. Just pay a separate fee. Because the Democratic nominees are not yet known, you'll receive 2 empty podiums to play now. Once the candidate is selected, you will be notified to complete your set. So don't wait. Own a piece of history today.
To get your collector's edition chess set, call 1-800-681-9370. That's 1-800-681-9370. Call or visit chess2020.com. So call 1-800-681-9370 or visit chess2020.com now.
A lung cancer diagnosis can leave you holding your breath. But Bristol-Myers Squibb is working to change things by researching new kinds of medicines that could help you live longer, including options that are chemo-free, because we're committed to bringing new hope into lung cancer care. Learn about our lung cancer research at lungcancerresearch.com.
And Doug. You know, Limu, for all these years, it's the ones that got away that haunt you the most. Because you're not like everybody else. That's why Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance. So you only pay for what you need.
What?
Oh, I said.
Oh, this is my floor.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
And welcome back, everyone. We want to continue to listen in on the press conference ongoing with the Louisiana Governor, John Bel Edwards. Take a listen.
Church that we did. Just about the entire state saw tropical storm force winds. Everything except for extreme southeast Louisiana and the North Shore. That's how big and powerful this storm was. After I finish the press conference, I will leave with many of the officials that you see with you to join some local officials in Lake Charles and then do an overflight over at least Calcasieu, Cameron, and we believe Vermilion parishes so that we can put eyes on the damage. Please understand that right now we continue to be in an immediate response mode, which is about life-saving. So search and rescue is ongoing right now, not just in extreme southwest Louisiana, but basically as that storm moved north, we were putting people and assets in behind that storm as soon as it was safe to do so, to do search and rescue. We had 1,500 individuals in the state standing by to do search and rescue, about 400 pieces of equipment, high water vehicles, boats, aircraft, you name it. All of that has been coordinated. That search and rescue is ongoing right now. So this today is about saving lives, moving people out of their homes if their homes are no longer safe and habitable, making sure that we get them taken care of. And what that means in this COVID environment is getting them into non-congregate shelter just as soon as possible, a hotel room or a motel room. And that's what we're going to be working on until such time as that is done, and then we will get down to the damage assessments and so forth. So suffice it to say, for now, there's an awful lot of work being done by a lot of good, dedicated public servants. We have our federal partners on the ground. We have people from other states who are here assisting in search and rescue. You know the array of state agencies that have been working at this, and obviously we're working with local first responders, sheriff's deputies, fire departments, you name it. I do want to point out that while we have about 600,000 service locations without electricity across the state of Louisiana, and I just mentioned where we saw tropical storm force winds and where we didn't. And so the outages are obviously concentrated where we did. So Baton Rouge to New Orleans, North Shore, not many outages, but just about the entire rest of the state is seeing significant outages. The good news is we had more line crews pre-positioned in Louisiana ahead of landfall than ever before. But that is not to say that restoration of power is going to be done very quickly, because we believe there was tremendous damage done to the power infrastructure. And so it may take a while, so we do ask people to be as patient as you can be and understanding as you can be, but understand we have more people who are addressing this situation more quickly than ever before. And while they're out on the road restoring electricity, while we're doing search and rescue and other response related to the fire and different things that we've seen, now is not the time to go sightseeing. I'm appealing to everybody in Louisiana, don't get out on the road unless it is absolutely necessary for you to do that. Please stay home and be safe. We still have an awful lot of places where trees are down across the road, where electrical lines are down across the road, and so forth. And we need to be moving our response vehicles to where they are needed. So please stay off the road. And speaking of roads and some that you can't get on even if you wanted to, I'm going to ask Dr. Sean Wilson to come now and give an update on.
And you've been listening to Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards briefing the state of Louisiana on Laura. And so a lot is going on there. Some good advice there from him just now. He was talking about don't go sightseeing right now. It is very messy and very dangerous across the state of Louisiana after Laura's destruction. I now want to bring in hurricane expert Carl Parker. And Carl, one thing that the governor was mentioning a lot was the storm surge and how they weren't spared from the winds, but they were spared from the worst of the storm surge. And that had a lot to do with the path that Laura took.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, this was an unmitigated disaster in terms of wind, but not so much so in terms of surge in Lake Charles in particular. And when you look at the track of the storm here, you can see how the eye of the storm came right over Cameron and eventually made its way up to Lake Charles as well. And so just about a 15-mile difference made all the difference for Lake Charles, because when you look at this northern eye wall here, you've got winds that are primarily coming out of the east in the northern eye wall, but winds that are primarily coming out of the south in the eastern eye wall. So if that had been shifted just a little farther east, instead of this big push of wind occurring over here, there would have been a better chance for that wind to come right up the Calcasieu Ship Channel and into Calcasieu Lake, and then eventually up into Lake Charles as well. So I think it was about a 15-mile difference there that made the difference for Lake Charles, but we had a tremendous push of water up into this area. And you know, what's interesting about that is that this is largely unpopulated wetlands and marsh, and so we may never know exactly how bad the surge was in those areas.
Yes, but thank goodness those areas were spared from that storm surge. We'll be back right after this.
And we've upgraded her with a sonic shield.
Impressive.
There is one more thing.
Huh. Jake from State Farm.
Here's the deal. With the Drive Safe and Save app, you'll save up to 30% for being a safe driver. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
This is my body of proof. Proof I can fight moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis.
Proof I can fight psoriatic arthritis. With Humira. Proof of less joint pain.
And clearer skin in PSA.
Humira targets and blocks the source of inflammation that contributes to joint pain and irreversible damage.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections. Serious and sometimes fatal infections, including tuberculosis and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB, hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Humira is proven to help stop further joint damage.
Want more proof? Ask your rheumatologist about Humira citrate-free.
If you can't afford your medicine, AbbVie may be able to help.
Valspar Signature holds up to common stains and cleans up easy. Discover what's possible at Lowe's.
To me, the A in Chick-fil-A means A+. We want to be excellent in everything that we do, whether it is just bagging a chicken sandwich. We want to take good care of our guests by not just giving them good food, giving it to them quickly, but also safely.
The A in Chick-fil-A means an extra level of care. Chick-fil-A is taking these extra precautions to be able to serve people, and I'm going to make sure that it feels like home and that it feels safe for everybody that I come in contact with while I'm there.
I'm Jimmy Dean, and sausage is a great deal like life. You get out of it about what you put into it. You put in quality, and you're going to get out quality, and that's what we do with Jimmy Dean. You have a wonderful day, all right?
How do you think they make Starburst taste so juicy?
Starburst? Juice-Dradic equation. Super top secret mathematical formula they keep stored inside a safe, inside a vault, inside a volcano.
Ah, Juice-Dradics.
Starburst, unexplainably juicy.
Attention Zantac users. The FDA requested manufacturers to pull Zantac and products containing ranitidine off the market, noting exposure to unacceptable levels of a cancer-causing agent. If you or a loved one was diagnosed with cancer after regular use of Zantac or ranitidine products, you might be entitled to financial compensation. If you have any of these cancers, time is critical. Call now for a free consultation. If you don't win, you pay nothing.
Call 800-591-3295.
Being a patient with diabetes myself, I can say without question that the Dexcom system is the most powerful tool to help navigate diabetes better on a daily basis.
I love it. I just wear a little sensor and that's it. It's totally painless and private.
The Dexcom sends my glucose readings to my receiver every 5 minutes. I just pull it out of my pocket and look, and I don't have to prick my finger.
Dexcom puts you in control, not your diabetes.
This is epic! You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
Got severe weather threat.
We are live on the ground. Right now, it's coming down. The Weather Channel.
Door.
Central and Northeast Louisiana dealing with Laura still at this hour. Joining us now is U.S. Congressman Mike Johnson. He represents the 4th Congressional District in Louisiana, which includes Shreveport and Bossier City. He's in Benton right now, north of Shreveport. Update us right now, Mike. Thanks for joining us first. And just update us on the reports and what you're hearing about the damage in your district.
Hey, Colleen, it's substantial. I represent the north and western side of the state in Congress. I have 15 parishes or counties, as they're known elsewhere, about 760,000 constituents, and it seems like almost everyone is directly affected. But I've been on the phone since early this morning with many of my sheriffs and emergency directors and state legislators across this district.
Yes, this is not going to be that things turn around very quickly, unfortunately. What kind of federal resources are set to go to help those who have lost power or suffered damage during Laura right now?
Well, hats off to FEMA and the National Hurricane Center. They've worked with all the members of our congressional delegation from Louisiana, Texas, and Mississippi in the days and day ahead of this. And FEMA was making some pretty tough projections, so we got that message out. Our people took it seriously, and we prepared well. But FEMA's been working with all our federal, state, local partners, delivering resources needed to respond. We've got mobile emergency response teams and search and rescue teams and power restoration resources that have been deployed since the moment the storm passed over. And, those mobile telecommunications and the operational support and life support and power generation, all that is just essential to have that federal component as part of our response, and they've done a really good job.
Yeah, wow, just so much teamwork and so many helping hands coming to help after Laura has started to move through. And you mentioned the power outages and just how we need to get that back on. So I know there's a lot of folks that are in the dark right now. Any word about when you are going to be getting some of those restoration efforts, when they might begin for some folks?
I've been on the phone on that very issue the last half hour, and it's just so extensive, Colleen. If you looked at a map of the power outages in Louisiana, about a third of the state is in total blackout right now. And so we've got trees and power lines down just everywhere. I had 3 of my sheriffs and 3 of my parishes told me in the last 2 hours that they believe literally every roadway may be covered with debris and trees in their parishes. So, I mean, it's just substantial. The problem is, the great thing about being in Louisiana is we have some of the most resilient, caring people in the world. We know disaster recovery because we do it all the time. People want to help their neighbors, but unfortunately right now, even though we have volunteers who are anxious to assist with chainsaws and heavy equipment and all that, it's unsafe. They can't go out, as the governors have pointed out, and others, because we've got down power lines everywhere on the ground. So it's just a treacherous situation, and it looks like we may be out without power in some of these areas for 7-10 days. It's going to be a while.
And Mike, it's those uplifting, positive spirits that really help everyone get through. And so glad to see everyone that is willing to help when it is safe to do so. And thank you to all that you guys are doing to help with that. So thanks for joining us as well, and stay safe out there. And now let's talk a little bit about the city timing. Mike really painted the picture for us, saying that literally every road is covered with debris. So just give everyone some patience in Louisiana. I know you get anxious with your power out. They are trying their hardest, but you are not the only one, unfortunately, that's been affected by Laura. So it is just widespread with the power outages as well as the damage. And now, of course, it was quite the wind event overnight into early this morning. Now it's going to be a bit of a flood event for some areas, especially inland. So we do have some flash flood outlooks for areas around Little Rock, as well as getting just around Memphis. And those same areas are under flash flood watches as well. So again, we could see anywhere from 5 to 8 inches of rain in Little Rock, and then even up toward Memphis. You're going to see some pretty wet weather in the coming days as we head closer to the weekend. So it is far from over with what Laura is going to bring to Louisiana, Arkansas, and then to the mid-Atlantic. So again, this is going to last into the upcoming weekend. Here's a look at Memphis right now. As I mentioned, just some wet weather. We're going to have some showers and thunderstorms rolling through. One of the things we're going to have to watch is if you're on the east side of this track, even if it's the remnants of Laura, that's where we see a lot of our tornadic activity. So some of these storms could be severe as we head closer into the weekend. So watching that today as well as into Friday. And there you go. Along with the rain, we could still see some wind gusts around 25, 30 miles an hour. It's going to be windy. It's going to be wet as Laura makes its way across the mid-Atlantic. And there you go. Memphis, anywhere from 2 to 4 inches of rain. And then that's going to extend all the way to the Carolinas. There will be places that will still see the effects of Laura. So we'll be watching this. There you go. There's the highest of the rainfall totals getting into parts of Arkansas. And then this will stretch Nashville into Roanoke, even Norfolk, Virginia. We have our crews stationed all over bringing you the latest coverage on Laura. We'll be back right after this break.
Every day is sweet when we're serving you Blizzard treats like M&M's, cookie dough, and new Oreo fudge brownie. Thanks for being our fans for all these years. DQ, happy tastes good.
Everybody has a flashlight, but can your flashlight do this? Or how about this? The Bell & Howell Tactical Flashlight can. Similar to flashlights used by elite military units, the Bell & Howell Tac Light can do things no ordinary flashlight can do. Look, This civilian flashlight puts out pathetic light, but our military-grade tack light, that's 22 times as bright. It's so bright, it can be seen up to 5 nautical miles away. And if that something that goes bump in the night turns out to be someone, only a tack light has a super bright strobe that can stun and disorient would-be attackers. A car battery will stop working in sub-zero temperatures, but even getting frozen in a block of ice couldn't make our tack light stop working. And it'll keep working when fully submerged in water, even 212-degree boiling water. It's tough enough to survive getting run over by a Humvee. Try that with a regular flashlight. Compact and lightweight, it goes where you go, so you can feel safe in dark places at night, or just have the right light for emergency situations. And there's never been a better choice for camping, fishing, or hunting. What else? 5 preset modes. It's made of high-grade aircraft aluminum. The bulb lasts 100,000 hours. I mean, there's just nothing like it on the market today. Here's how to get yours.
Tactical flashlights of this quality are selling right now for $60 or more. But Bell & Howell has slashed their price to just $19.99, and they'll even ship it to you free. Plus, every tack light comes with a lifetime guarantee. Want even more? Call now and you can get a second tack light. Just pay a separate fee. Here's how to order.
To get your tack light for only $19.99 with free shipping, call 1-800-585-7785 or go to trytacklight.com. This offer is not available in stores, so call 1-800-585-7785. That's 1-800-585-7785 or order online at trytacklight.com.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right, sun-made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit, sun-made.
We got a Subaru to give him some adventure, to reconnect and be together. And once we did that, we realized his greatest adventure is just beginning.
Welcome to the most adventurous Outback ever. The all-new 2020 Subaru Outback. Go where love takes you.
Get 0% APR financing for 63 months on select models during the Subaru A Lot to Love event.
This is Ava. These are Ava's shoulders. They square off and bear it all. But now Ava's shoulders are stronger than ever. This is what Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield does for Ava. And with plans that fit your life and budget, you can count on us when it matters most. This is Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield. This is the benefit of blue.
Welcome back into our continuing coverage of what is now Tropical Storm Laura, what was Hurricane Laura, making a landfall as a Category 4 in southern Louisiana overnight last night as the system continues to churn its way across the Gulf states and make its way north, bringing heavy rain, the risk of flooding, tornadoes in some places. Lots of bad weather still lingering around with Laura, even as it is now a tropical storm. This system eventually going to make its way into the mid-Atlantic, but first it's got to make its way through the Mississippi Valley and then eventually take that turn to the east. The meteorologist Felicia Combs coming to you from Little Rock, Arkansas, one of those places that is still under a tropical storm warning as things are beginning to pick up here. We've actually had some reports south of us of trees down, power lines down, and that's going to be one of the issues that we're dealing with here. We have our own Justin Michaels. He's to my southwest in Shreveport, Louisiana, where you've been dealing with the storm for a little bit longer, Justin. Should begin to improve for you as it worsens for me here in Little Rock.
I'll tell you what, Felicia, right now it is improving a little bit. The rain's beginning to come down a little bit. We had a little bit of a break there for a short time. It's now maybe coming to an end. In fact, I'm going to put my hood up because just as we come back on air here, the rain kicks in a little bit more. But I wanted to get you up to date on the power outages right now because Louisiana certainly is the epicenter of power outages after and really during, because we're still in the middle of it, hurricane turned tropical storm Laura. So Louisiana at 614,000 customers without power. Texas is nearing 187,000. Looking at Arkansas already, where Felicia is at 31,000, nearly 32,000, and Mississippi has about 10,000. So the story of Laura is nowhere near over. And this storm is going to persist through the weekend as it moves across the country to the east. But here in Shreveport earlier today, we certainly saw the heavy winds gusting well over 50 miles per hour at the airport. We saw the rain that seems to be coming back a little bit right now, but it is waning here, and that's some good news. But it's important to note the storm threat is not over. Remember, those gusts can certainly continue the Weather Channel's coverage. Of course, we've got you covered before, during, and after the storm, and we're going to start that after-storm coverage from Lake Charles in the coming days because this story is not over. This is a deadly storm. We know Laura has claimed 3 lives. Let's hope that number does not rise further than that. All right, so I think we're headed back into Carl Parker. Is that correct? Yeah, Carl Parker. I'll tell you what, Carl, it does seem like it's waning here right now. We keep getting these little bursts of rain, then it dries up a little bit. And I guess that's what we can expect as the end of the storm is coming here to Shreveport.
Yeah, I think the worst of it is past you at this point. Going to be heading up through Arkansas now over the next several hours. It could be very windy indeed in Little Rock. Right now, a 65-mile-per-hour tropical storm moving north at 15 miles per hour and 65 miles east of Shreveport. Looking at the forecast track here, it's going to move to the north-northeast over the next several hours, and then it's going to hang a right, essentially, starting to feel stronger westerly winds. And that's going to take the center of the storm into Kentucky and into the Virginias. But remember, the cone is not an impact cone. And in fact, the worst of the wind is actually going to be a little to the south of that cone, more towards Tennessee and more towards North Carolina. Right now, we're still seeing some flash flood threats, still seeing some stronger winds as well. Arkadelphia most recently gusting to 41 miles per hour, and Monticello gusting to 40 miles per hour. There you see a flash flood warning in effect for Bradley and Calhoun and Cleveland counties, and then one just to the south of Little Rock, that for Cleveland, Dallas, and Grant counties. So a big, massive rain is coming up towards Little Rock, and as that moves in, it's going to get really windy. It's going to be a very tough afternoon and early evening in Little Rock as all that comes in. We are seeing some stronger thunderstorms from time to time as well, parts of Mississippi and Alabama, and there is an ongoing tornado threat. Tornado watches now in parts of Louisiana and Mississippi and also into southeast Arkansas. So let's talk about the winds going forward, and we expect to see strong winds, as I mentioned, coming into Little Rock this evening, and then because that storm is going to start to take a right here, in some areas it's going to last a little bit longer. So the winds will be picking up tonight in Memphis and then really going strong through the overnight, through the morning, right into late morning tomorrow. We're still seeing winds gusting 40 to 50 miles per hour in Memphis, Tennessee. So we certainly could see some power line and tree damage there in Memphis. And then everything is going to move farther east. We're going to watch that core of strongest winds getting over into central parts of Tennessee, most likely in the late part of tomorrow, say tomorrow evening in Nashville as well as Huntsville and into Bowling Green, and then into Knoxville and Chattanooga early on Saturday, and some of that wind also reaching over into North and South Carolina by the time we get into Saturday afternoon. So let's talk about rainfall, and certainly there's going to be a lot of that. You've got a lot of terrain in Arkansas, and for that reason we'll be concerned about the possibility of flash flooding in the northeastern part of the state in particular right there. And there you see the flash flood potential that is likely, we think, in Arkansas and also in a little area of southeast Louisiana. We've seen some showers there, but we really haven't seen too much in the way of widespread heavy rain. Then going forward, will be some heavier rain, which we'll have to watch out for in the Appalachians in particular going into the weekend. And there you see the flash flood threat from tomorrow and going into Saturday morning. That's really going to be centered around the western end of the Ohio Valley. Also tomorrow, looking at some threat for severe weather and for tornadoes in Mississippi, into parts of Alabama, much of central Tennessee, and also into southern parts of Kentucky. All right, we want to go out now to Felicia Combs. She's in Little Rock, Arkansas. Felicia, I know it hasn't been a great day so far there today, but it's actually going to be getting a lot worse here in the next couple of hours.
Yeah, Carl, that is exactly right. And I would say I can confirm for you here on the ground, the wind has begun to pick up in Little Rock. The rain has also started to pick up a bit more, and we're really seeing that swath of damaging weather that moves through places like El Dorado, like Prescott. Earlier on this afternoon, it has begun to lift north, and I would say this is the beginning here in Little Rock. We're going to see these winds get gustier, tropical storm force winds gusting upwards 50 miles per hour possible. We're actually already getting some reports of power outages, trees down, and some structural damage from south central Arkansas. I've seen some reports of that, and I've been watching their power outage reports as well. Currently, we've got about more than 30,000 people without power, especially across south central Arkansas, and those power outages, they're going to continue to creep north. Now, I want you to see behind me, you can see the trees already kind of blowing around, and these aren't decorative trees that you're seeing here. This is really the landscape of Arkansas, especially across south central Arkansas. You have these thick canopy of trees, and those pose a problem when you're talking about these gusty winds for multiple reasons. One, you have the fact that they're dangerous. Fallen trees can kill, and they have already within this storm. And then also those trees can take out power lines, so then you're just left without power. So my suggestion would be for central Arkansas, Little Rock particularly, before we start to see those winds that move through southern Arkansas pick up here, I would say prepare for some power outages. Make sure you know where your flashlights are. Make sure maybe you fill up your bathtub so you have some extra water hanging around. Maybe freeze some bottles of water. Currently, I want to remind you, don't use those candles. Those can get dangerous. So that would be my advice for central Arkansas at this point, northwestern Arkansas or northeastern Arkansas as well. Just prepare for some of those power outages, because this is really just the beginning, and it just happened in an instant, guys. It was like everything was kind of quiet. The winds were starting to pick up a little bit, and then all of a sudden we started to feel stronger gusts. So let me break down the different worries that we have here, watches and warnings in Little Rock. We've got a flash flood watch ongoing because the ground is saturated and more rain is coming down. In fact, some places across portions of Saline County could see more than 10 inches of rain. River flooding could be a problem, especially on the Little Missouri and the Washita River. And then also we have a tornado watch until 4 p.m. We definitely could see some small, weak tornadoes spin up here, so be cognizant of that. And then, of course, we have our tropical storm warning, which isn't something we deal with a lot here in Arkansas, of course, but it is something we're dealing with right now, Colleen. And, of course, the most important thing about this is that you're prepared and you know what's going on with the forecast, which is what we're here for.
Yes, so much still to come, Felicia. So just like you said, got to stay on top of the latest forecast, especially for areas like Little Rock that are now just seeing the effects of Laura as it continues to move north. Now I want to bring in Louisiana Attorney General Jeff Landry to talk a little bit. He's coming to us from Lake Charles, Louisiana. And thanks for joining us. Just want to give some perspective. Can you paint the picture for us right now of what's going on in your area?
Yeah, so I'm actually over at the GOSEP office in the city of Lake Charles right now. We've been surveying the level of destruction throughout the city since this morning. Met with the sheriff earlier today and his folks, and it really is amazing to see the level of destruction that this city has succumbed to based upon this storm.
And can you give us some perspective about safety measures in place, or any advice for folks? I know the governor has also said do not venture out, do not sightsee right now. Can you give us some perspective on the safety issues?
Yeah, I would say definitely for those people who evacuated the Calcasieu, Cameron area or other parishes in Louisiana, I would take your time, don't hurry to come home right away. There are a lot of normal utility services that are not available, and we don't know how long it'll be before they're back on, whether it's electricity or water as well. I can tell you that this storm has cut a swath from southwest Louisiana all the way up through northeast Louisiana as well, and all of the parishes between one corner of the state to the other have been severely impacted.
Oh, and as you're talking right now, we're looking at some video from all the damage there in Lake Charles, and just Laura has just been such a beast overnight into this morning. Another thing I wanted to ask you, are you concerned about any price gouging or looting as things do start to clear up a bit and maybe more folks do venture back into these areas?
Absolutely. We're going to be putting our messages out and be watching for any type of price gouging. Our office monitors that very, very closely. I visited with the sheriff this morning and asked him if they saw any issues with looting yet. He said that hadn't been a problem yet. I've been waiting to visit with the chief of police here in Lake Charles. one thing about folks in South Louisiana, or Louisiana as a whole, we have a tendency to back up our first responders and our law enforcement agents. We appreciate the rule of law. And, I'm hopefully keeping my fingers crossed that we won't have a problem with looting.
And one last question for you. Have you experienced something like this? What is this compared to some of the other hurricanes in the past? Have you been through those before?
Yeah, unfortunately, I've been through my share of hurricanes, starting back when I was a sheriff deputy, and actually, almost 20 years ago when Hurricane Andrew plowed through south central Louisiana. I was working for the sheriff's office at that time. The level of destruction is pretty much in line with that. It's actually a lot like what I saw over in the panhandle of Florida when I visited it after Hurricane Michael a couple of years ago. It just seemed to be a very tight, fast-moving storm that inside of a certain radius, the level of wind destruction was catastrophic.
Well, thank you so much, Louisiana Attorney General Jeff Landry, for joining us this afternoon. Our thoughts and prayers are headed to Louisiana, and we are just so thankful for all of the aid that is coming to your state right now in response to Laura. And speaking of Louisiana, we also got to talk about the concerns that move up into Arkansas as well, talking a little bit about the timing of Laura, because Laura's far from over. Laura's still out there, still a tropical storm. Right now, the main concern is going to be flooding. We will have some wind, but of course, Laura's weakening. Hurricanes don't like land. They don't like the friction. So down to tropical storm, but still quite the beast with the rain. Little Rock, you could see anywhere from 5 to 8 inches of rain, and that has prompted flash flood watches for your area, as well as all the way down to the coast. Still looking at that, and then even getting up into Memphis. So parts of the mid-Atlantic, even getting into the Carolinas as we head into the weekend, we'll see some of this wet weather from Laura. So Laura has a big area that she's going to be bringing some rain as well as some wind too. And then here's a look at Memphis. They're going to see some rainy days ahead, showers and thunderstorms at least through the rest of this week. And then we'll have to watch for the weekend as well. Again, they could see anywhere from about 3 to 5 inches of rain. And then this gives you some perspective of where Laura is headed. So again, we've been focusing on Louisiana. The sun rose there. They're looking at all the damage and trying to get on top of that. Now with Little Rock, you saw Felicia. She's stationed right there. The rain has begun, and the worst of it is about to come through Little Rock. And then after that, taking this easterly turn, and that's going to bring a good 1 to 2 inches for parts of the mid-Atlantic all the way to the East Coast around the Carolinas. So again, a lot more of us are going to be feeling some of the rain as well as some of the wind as well. And now I want to toss it over to Carl Parker right now.
Yeah, we're looking at some severe weather in the Northeast right now, Colleen, and a tornado warning for Litchfield County in Connecticut. So about 100,000 people in this warning right now. And we're seeing a pretty robust circulation now showing up not very far away from Dover. You can see that area of sort of a brighter red and also a greenish blue color there right next to each other. That's where the circulation is, and that is moving basically southeast at around 50 miles per hour. And that's going to be coming towards Warren more immediately than New Preston at 317, Bethlehem 325, and Waterbury, we think at about 337 if it's still being warned on at that time. But we've seen a number of tornado warnings in this area for a while now. Also a couple of others. This is basically a continuation of the warning that is northwest, Dutchess and Litchfield County, and yet another warning to the northwest of that. And that warning is for Dutchess County going until 3:30. And there's also now a tornado watch in effect, and that is for parts of Connecticut, western Mass, southeastern New York, and northeastern Pennsylvania as well. That tornado watch going until 7 o'clock Eastern time. We'll have more on this as necessary, and of course our continuing coverage of Tropical Storm Laura as it moves up into the Mid-South.
Domino's knows delivery, so when we asked our team members how to make carry-out more convenient, they had thoughts.
Frisbee.
That's a thought.
Deliver it.
Even better. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery. Just pull up, check in online, and we bring your food to you. It's carry-out delivered.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays. Open again. And wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Don't forget your lunch. I'm making pizza on King's Hawaiian mini sub.
King's Hawaiian. What an irresistibly delicious idea.
Jake from State Farm. I would like to formally extend my gratitude for the Russell rate on my insurance.
Do you mean surprisingly great rates from State Farm?
I don't believe in accepting help, but I'll make an exception.
Here's the deal, Russell. There's no special rate. These prices are for everyone.
With the oak and the eagle as witness. Consider us square. I made that from memory. I know your face that well.
You want the real deal? Like a good neighbor? State Farm is there.
My daughter's name is Melanie. She has a godlike spirit in her. She's beautiful. She's just a beautiful person.
I'm at St. Jude because I have a brain tumor called pineoblastoma. St. Jude's important because they help us get better to get back to our normal lives.
With Oscar Mayer Deli Fresh, it's not just a sandwich. Far from it. It's a reason to come together. It's a taste of something good. A taste we could all use right now. So let's make the most of it and make every sandwich count with Oscar Mayer Deli Fresh.
Our 12-step process provides 100% pure quality water. Earn box tops for your school with Nestle Pure Light. Available across these fun packs.
Super Emma just about sleeps in her cave, but when we realized she was battling sensitive skin, we switched to new Tide Plus Downy Free. It's gentle on her skin and dermatologist recommended. New Tide Pods Plus Downy Free. Safe for sensitive skin with eczema and psoriasis. Hello?
Hello there. I'll enjoy is tropically.
When you need a taste of vacation, pick up.
Whether holding down the fort or bouncing back to school, childhood is always in session. So keep feeding us right with sun-made snacks. Just like when you were a kid. Delicious, made with whole fruit, sun-made.
What will you do when the power goes out? Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life. But with a Generac home standby generator, your life goes on, uninterrupted, because you'll have power when you need it the most.
24 days we were without power. I had water, I had ice, I had coffee, I had air conditioning. I was able to stay here because of Generac.
Get the safety, security, and peace of mind your family deserves with a home standby generator from Generac. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product. Very, very good reviews from everybody.
Prices start at just $19.99, and special financing is available with surprisingly affordable monthly payments. Call now to schedule your free in-home assessment, and you'll receive a 7-year extended warranty absolutely free. That's a $695 value. Call or go online today. Power your life with Generac.
This is epic!
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
Guys, your weather threat. We are live on the ground.
Right now it's coming down.
The Weather Channel. Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we.
Be
ready for impacts well beyond the center of the hurricane.
Don't let COVID-19 take your eye off the tropics. This year's threat is more complex and dangerous than ever before.
Remain vigilant, pay close attention to the Weather Channel.
No one can cover this historic hurricane season better than the Weather Channel. Get the information you need to stay safe every day. Storm safety in a pandemic, all season long, right here on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back into our continuing coverage of what is now Tropical Storm Laura. Of course, as we know, made landfall as a major Category 4 hurricane overnight last night in southern Louisiana. I'm meteorologist Felicia Combs coming to you from Little Rock, Arkansas, where things have begun to pick up. And I'd say, Little Rock, you're going to be in it now. You're in it now for several more hours as we really have kind of the northern and eastern push of Laura moving up through the city. The winds are going to continue to pick up. We have that possibility for tropical storm force winds. I want to point something out to you, and this is probably going to end up being a problem for Arkansas, South Arkansas. It has already been a problem. Central Arkansas is going to become a problem. The trees. You guys have these lush tree canopies, which are wonderful for shade. They're wonderful for beauty shots. They're not good when you're talking about tropical storm force winds. Prolonged winds, sustained 20, 30, maybe 40 miles an hour at times, gusting 50 or 60 miles per hour. That's part of the reason that we're seeing these power outages climb as those stronger winds lift north. So El Dorado, you've already seen it. That's south of where we are in Little Rock. And we're going to continue to see the worst of it as what was the eye continues to lift north, and we see these winds picking up. Now, I checked the latest observations, and it's only saying that we've seen 23 mile per hour gusts. That's going to continue to pick up as we head through the afternoon. I suspect that the peak of the gusts is going to be around 5 o'clock-ish, and then we'll start to see it kind of winding down after that. But for now in Little Rock, what you have to worry about is a tornado watch until 4 p.m., so a little while longer on that. But I would also be worried about power outages. I would go ahead and prepare for that. We also have a flash flood watch ongoing, and we've already had some flash flood warnings in the vicinity of that flash flood watch. So that tells me that we do have some flash flooding ongoing already across portions of south central Arkansas. And then we have river flood warnings as well. Now, the thing about river flooding is it's going to go up, and then it's going to take a little while to come down, especially for the Washita River, the Little Missouri River, the Saline River as well. As you can tell here, if you've been watching for a little while, it's certainly picking up here in Little Rock. We've got kind of an easterly wind coming in at this point, maybe somewhere around easterly. Of course, that will continue to shift as we move through the storm, but that's also going to continue to pick up as what was the eye wall with those very gusty winds moves toward us. So I'm right here, actually off the Arkansas River. You can't really see it, but it's just to my right-hand side. We're not worried about that river, but if you live close to any of the rivers that I called out earlier, maybe you're in Arkadelphia near the Washita River, be cognizant of that, especially if you're in a flood-prone place. I want to point something out to you. You may notice that the wind stopped blowing so heavily and then it picks right back up. That is very typical in these tropical systems. A lot of times you get kind of a little lull in the wind, maybe a little lull in the rain, and then all of a sudden it picks right back up. So now is the time, Central Arkansas, that you want to make sure that you're preparing to deal with the full brunt of what is Laura. So that is what is going on here in Little Rock. We're going to continue to see those conditions worsening. Of course, Chris Warren will be up after me, and he'll drive you through that as well. But definitely going to see those tropical storm force winds coming out. So keep in mind that things are going to only get worse from here. The rain's going to keep going. It's going to keep adding up. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much, Felicia. And we wanted to talk a little bit about what happened in Lake Charles last night. And this was an unmitigated wind disaster in Lake Charles. We're getting more and more pictures of tornado-like damage from all across the city. Winds gusting to 134 miles per hour before the instrument failed. So just an awful, awful night there in Lake Charles. But they did avoid the worst of the surge. And why was that? Well, you can see where the eye was coming right across Cameron and making its way up towards Lake Charles. So this is really important as regards the trajectory of the wind, because the wind is basically coming out of the east there in the northern eye wall, and the wind is coming more out of the south in the eastern eye wall. And so because this storm was 15 miles farther to the east, we did not see that really strong south wind coming up through the Calcasieu Ship Channel right there, and then into Calcasieu Lake, which is right through here, from there would have gone on and into Lake Charles. So I think it was probably just about a 15-mile difference between a surge disaster in Lake Charles and what ended up happening, which was not as bad. Although we did see 9 feet of surge, the second highest surge there at Calcasieu Pass, not very far away from Cameron. But farther east, this is where the very serious surge occurred in these areas east of Cameron, right through there. That's where that eastern eye wall came through. And, you know, to be honest with you, there's hardly anything there. I mean, we don't have instrumentation there. These are largely unpopulated areas, a lot of wetlands and a lot of marsh. So we may never really know exactly how bad the surge was. It could very well have been that there was a 15-foot surge in these areas, and we just won't know because there's no way to measure that. But we did at least avoid the worst surge in Lake Charles, but a terrible windstorm. Much more coming up.
When was the last time you really looked out the window? What do you see? The awakening of the rising sun, or light dancing across the mountaintops? Look for a moment longer and you'll see beauties all around us. Like a painting, moving in the wind, speaking to the soul. The world flashing past, still yet to explore. Look out the window. The summer of Jeep is here.
Or, right now, get $4,240 in total values on the 2020 Jeep Gladiator Overland.
All right, everybody, I'm making sandwiches. King's Hawaiian bread.
King's Hawaiian. What an irresistibly delicious idea. Tired of using the cup holder for your phone? You can't see it. You have to take it out to use it. And it's a dangerous distraction when you drive. Not anymore. Introducing the Cup Call Phone Mount, a brand new next-generation phone stand that fits right in your vehicle's cup holder, so your phone's always at your fingertips. Just drop it in and twist for a custom fit every time. Then just squeeze the sides to securely lock the phone in place. From jumbo screen mobile devices to smaller flip phones, even pop ring stands, it fits any size phone. The secret is the rubberized holders at the base that with just a twist, contract or expand to lock it in place. Up top, the adjustable holder ratchets down on any size device until the button is pressed to release the phone. Look, we installed Cup Call in this cup holder with 50 pounds chained to the bottom, and amazingly, it lifts it all. Cup Call adjusts up or down and swivels left or right for a precise viewing angle, day or night. It even rotates 360 degrees, making it easier to follow your GPS. Plus, the open bottom means easy access for charger cables. And no more big cable messes. They'll stay neat and concealed underneath in the cup. Cup Call is perfect for cars, trucks, boats, RVs, even golf carts. Other holders require you to find the right cup size to fit. Then what do you do with the rest? Cup Call works with any cup holder. Just drop it in and twist, then squeeze for a secure tight fit. Get Cup Call today for just $19.99, and we'll even ship it to you absolutely free. But wait, go right now and you can double the offer. Plus, you can get a 10-pack of Air Police 4 non-medical masks with 4 layers of protection, plus a customizable nose piece for a secure fit. Just pay separate fee. This is a TV-only offer that is not available on Amazon. So call or click now.
Call 1-800-342-7154. That's 1-800-342-7154. Or visit getcupcall.com. So call 1-800-342-7154. Order now.
The A in Chick-fil-A is for above and beyond. I know that I need encouragement right now, and I know that our guests need encouragement. It's about making sure that they know that we care about them and that we're going above and beyond for them in all the details.
The A in Chick-fil-A is a smile. I want to give the guests a little encouragement, maybe just a little joke that makes them laugh when they come through the drive-thru. We can stay 6 feet apart and have the best air high five.
Behind every 2020 census taker's mask is a friendly neighbor. They're teachers, retirees, vets, people committed to doing right by getting the count right. If you haven't responded yet, they'll be stopping by to ask some simple questions that will inform how billions in federal funds are spent on local services every year for the next decade. So when they come knocking, say hi from a safe distance and do your part to support your community. Time is running out. Shape your future. Start here at 2020census.gov.
The time is 8:50. Laura, strong Category 4, borderline Category 5. Wind just now beginning to pick up. We've had gusts maybe 20, 25 miles per hour. The rain hasn't been all that bad. That all changes tonight. All right, just shy of 11 p.m. Hurricane Laura still about 40 miles off the shore, and it is closing in fast. It's just after midnight. Hurricane Laura closes in on the coastline of Louisiana. We had our first 100-plus mile-per-hour wind gust reported in Cameron, Louisiana, in Cameron Parish, which is about 30 minutes south of where we are in Lake Charles. We just surpassed the 1 o'clock hour, and surprisingly enough, our hotel has done a darn good job with keeping the power on. The backup generators are working, but conditions are getting bad. You got 100-plus thousand customers in Louisiana without power right now, and we expect that to go up, of course. We got a 98-mile-per-hour gust in Lake Charles, and it looks like that will continue to deteriorate. At the current path of Laura, it looks like the eye could move right over our area. You can hear the ominous sound of the wind just trying to whip its way into the hotel. At some point, you get to a position where you just can no longer brave the elements, and that's exactly what happened. We're in the eye wall right now, and of course, all the Weather Channel crew had to come inside and wait it out. Now, soon, the eye itself is going to be moving over Lake Charles, and at that point, you'll get a brief moment of complete calm before it turns right back up again. The hotel just to the next to us, the power is out. We have vehicles on its side. We were hoping to get in the eye of Laura to get some kind of calming. Unfortunately, we might just be on the fringe. So this is going to continue for many hours more. But now we're getting to a point where Hurricane Laura is shifting just north of Lake Charles. So since the fact that we are on the backside of this storm, the best thing we can do is get some rest, wake up in the morning, and see what daylight brings.
All right, a really tough night there in Lake Charles. We've seen a lot of images of tornado-like damage from around the city, so it was a terrible windstorm in Lake Charles. The worst fears as regards storm surge not realized as the storm came in a little farther east. It might have been a difference of only 15 miles that made the difference for Lake Charles in terms of storm surge, but we did see the second highest surge at Calcasieu Pass at 9 feet there, and just a really, really tough time along the coastline, and of course a lot of surge in some highly unpopulated areas east of there in Louisiana. So right now, a 65-mile-per-hour storm. It is moving north at 15 miles per hour, and it's going to continue to move mostly north and up into Little Rock through this afternoon. So it's going to be gusty and very wet in Little Rock, high flash flood threat in much of Arkansas. Then the storm is going to hang a right, essentially, starting to feel westerly winds and coming through Kentucky and the Virginias. But as always, this is not an impact cone. And in fact, a lot of the worst of the weather is going to be to the south of that cone, more towards Tennessee and more towards North Carolina. I'll show you that in just a moment. So we've got this ongoing threat for flash flooding as the core of the storm comes up towards Little Rock. Winds now gusting to 30 miles per hour there, gusting to 47 miles per hour in Monticello and 41 miles per hour in Arkadelphia. So this thing is still packing a punch. It definitely does have enough wind to continue to cause some power outages. There you see the flash flood warning just south of Little Rock. Would not be at all surprising to see a flash flood warning for Little Rock itself before too long. Also, we're getting some severe storms here in Alabama, and there are some storms in Mississippi. There's an ongoing tornado threat. We have not seen a lot of tornado warnings so far today, but just want you to know that there is this watch that is out extending through Louisiana, Mississippi, and Arkansas. And talking about the wind threat, as I mentioned, that's going to be picking up this afternoon and this evening in Little Rock. It's actually going to lighten up late tonight as the core of the storm comes through. Winds really picking up in Memphis, Tennessee tonight. And because the storm is going to be turning right, that's going to keep Memphis in that strong wind for a pretty long period of time. So that really ramps up tonight, but then continues into the overnight, into the morning, even by late morning tomorrow, still gusting maybe 40, 50 miles per hour. So kind of a prolonged wind event there in Memphis. And certainly we could be looking at some tree or tree branch damage and some power line damage. And then the storm will make its way farther east into central Tennessee. So we expect to see some strong, perhaps tropical storm force gusts in Nashville and Bowling Green and Huntsville into tomorrow evening. That will make its way into Knoxville and Chattanooga by Saturday morning. We'll see some of that in the Atlanta metro and then over into Charlotte and into Raleigh going into the afternoon. Maybe see everything kind of settling down by late Saturday. Talking about rainfall, a widespread area of heavy rain. And as you may know, the Ozarks are in northern parts of Arkansas. There's a lot of terrain up there. So that is going to add to the flash flood concerns in northern Arkansas. There are the areas of concern for likely flash flooding. And, going forward, the rainfall amounts are not going to be that heavy. It's going to be more in the order of 1 to 2 inches. But we do, of course, have terrain in the Appalachians, so we may have some flash flooding in those areas. And the most likely area for flash flooding tomorrow into Saturday morning, western parts of Kentucky. We'll have much more on Laura coming up in a few minutes.
With Oscar Mayer Deli Fresh, it's not just a sandwich. Far from it. It's a reason to come together. It's a taste of something good. A taste we could all use right now. So let's make the most of it and make every sandwich count with Oscar Mayer Deli Fresh.
Ta-da! Did you know Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need?
Given my unique lifestyle, that'd be perfect. Let me grab a pen and some paper. You know what? I'm gonna switch now. Just need my desk, my chair, and my phone. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Do loose batteries clutter up your house? Is finding the right size impossible? And why do they always waste precious space? What you need is the Battery Daddy storage system. The new compact and portable way to organize, store, and protect all your batteries. Turn any disaster into an organized master. Battery Daddy uses both sides to store all types of different batteries, even coin size. The unique design groups them for easy selection. You can even find one with a blindfold on. Best of all, it packs 180 batteries, yet takes up about the space of a laptop. Perfect in any cabinet, drawer, or shelf. Forget flimsy bags or messy containers. Battery Daddy stays organized forever, guaranteed. And the carrying handle lets you bring it anywhere. Use it during power outages and never go searching in the dark. Select the right battery for kids' toys in an instant. Or tackle household chores with the precision of a pro. Watch out, loose batteries can touch and drain power. Not with Battery Daddy. They stay fully charged and protected in their own compartment. Keep one in the house and one in the office, boat, or RV to organize, store, and protect all your batteries. Plus, the clear locking lid lets you see everything at a glance. Amazing! Act now to get your Battery Daddy for just $19.99. And here's an electrifying deal. We'll include the battery tester, so you'll instantly know which batteries are bad and which are good, saving you time and money. Yours absolutely free. End the battery blues with Battery Daddy for just $19.99. Call now.
To order, call 1-800-477-3009 or go online at batterydaddy.com. Don't delay. Call 1-800-477-3009 or go online at batterydaddy.com. Order now.
Rent the right tools for a new project. Snap a picture to start shopping and shop the store without wandering the aisles. You won't find a toolbox like this anywhere else. Tackle more fall projects with the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
How do you think they make Starburst taste so juicy?
Starburst? Juice-Dradic equation. Super top secret mathematical formula they keep stored inside a safe, inside a vault, inside a volcano.
Juice-Dradics.
Starburst, unexplainably juicy.
We're getting tremendous wind, especially away from the parking lot, away from really where I could give my cameraman enough protection, but you can certainly see it going on behind me here. We've had wind gusts in the Lake Charles area up to 90 miles per hour, okay? Airport hasn't been that high. They're going to get higher because they're on the south side. We've got a weather station certainly in and around Lake Charles that we can watch and look at. We've had winds there over 70 miles per hour as well. So everything is up now into this hurricane range and higher.
Wow!
Yeah, here it comes. It's coming around. It's coming around now. I think we're getting a little bit of a wind shift. Yeah, I think we're getting a little bit of a wind shift here as that eye comes on through. Plus, there's so much swirling around the building.
104 now gusting here in Lake Charles. Yep, and we're not even in the eye
yeah, we're into this. And you know, now we're at the mercy of whatever this eye wall is going to do as it comes up yet. It's good, believe it or not, it's going to get worse. We know that we've had gusts over 120 miles per hour down at Cameron. We know we've had gusts now almost 110 miles an hour in Lake Charles as well. There is power lost everywhere here.
We're fine. We're everywhere. We are fine. We are totally fine. Everything's okay. So we're back in a corner here in this huge concrete building, and you see this is where I was going down the stairs and whatnot. But we're just going to stay tucked back here so that everyone can be safe. And literally, I'm wind-free. I mean, you can see nothing's even blowing on my face or anything. I mean, we are so tucked back here in this corner.
If you've still got power and you are watching us, you still got to go through the other side of the storm. All right, a lot of us have had to retreat and get some technical issues taken care of. My partner, Stephanie Abrams, is one of those steps. You just had to retreat and get inside. Tell us what's going on over there. Just about a 10-minute walk for me in the Golden Nugget.
Windows were shattering. We were not comfortable. So what we did was we tucked back in. Then what happened was it got too bad. They've locked the doors, and we're now inside the casino. And that is the wind whistling through the building.
Yep. Yes, it is going to be close. But right now we're in the eye wall, Steph. You can see the debris just flying around. Thank God it's only leaves. But man, I'm telling you, there's the other thing too about the eye, there's little swirls and little vortices in the eye, and they enhance the wind gusts and obviously the potential of the damage there. And that's what's coming in and on top of us right now.
How eerie is that? That is what a Category 4 eye wall sounds like inside a building.
We were out here under this overhang, but we got into that eastern eye wall again, and the wind was just too strong. You can see how it's swaying these huge lights up to the top. Look at the wind blow the water out of the fountain. Okay, I mean, look at how strong it is. Coming in basically due south here is what we're seeing. So too much glass, not a great place to be, obviously with that wind blowing, so we've come in out of harm's way. But this building's been compromised. There are several areas in it where there are either holes in the roof, where there are windows broken, where we've had air conditioning units been ripped off the building. There's water flowing in one side of the building. So it's trying to breathe. I mean, think about that. You have all this wind rolling through these holes, and it's trying to get in and out. So, I mean, listen to the building. I'm going to walk over here again, and I want you guys, whoever's on microphones back at the Weather Channel, turn this up a little bit, because it sounds like a chainsaw, right? Listen. I mean, incredible.
Whoa, wow, Carl, it just sounds like Mother Nature's haunted house there. Just the eerie noises as Laura moved through. And just like Jim Cantori and Stephanie Abrams that were out there, you have seen and studied so many hurricanes. Is there anything from Laura that really stands out to you?
Well, you know, certainly it's one of the most intense that we have seen, and in fact is number 5 on the list for intense hurricanes landfalling in the continental United States. It's tied with some other storms, but that's way up there. I mean, you're talking about one of the strongest storms that we have ever seen here. And, you know, I wanted to show you the radar picture when the storm came on shore. It ended up being a devastating windstorm in Lake Charles, but the worst of the surge was not realized, and that's because the storm was just a little farther east. And you can see here that in the eye wall, you got a northern eye wall with an easterly wind, and then an eastern eye wall with the southerly wind. So where does that southerly wind come in? And it turned out to be a little farther to the east relative to the ship channel there, and then also here at Calcasieu Lake, and that would have driven the surge up and into Lake Charles. Instead, it ended up going into this area where there's really almost nothing. It's unpopulated wetlands and marsh. So it turned out well as regards the surge, but it was a devastating windstorm, and we're going to have much more on Laura coming up in a few minutes.
You clean dishes as you cook to save time and stay ahead of the mess. But scrubbing still takes time. Now there's Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray. the faster, easier way to clean as you go. It cleans grease 5 times faster. On easy messes, just spray, wipe, and rinse. On tough messes, the spray-activated suds cut through grease on contact without water. Just wipe and rinse. Get dishes done faster. Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray. Spray, wipe, rinse.
This is Ava. These are Ava's shoulders. They square off and bear it all. But now Ava's shoulders are stronger than ever. This is what Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield does for Ava. And with plans that fit your life and budget, you can count on us when it matters most. This is Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield. This is the benefit of blue.
There's nothing as unique as our eyes, which is why Essilor pioneers ways to make lenses as unique as you. Verilux for super sharp vision, Essential Blue for protection, and Resolve for freedom from glare. 3 cutting-edge solutions in a single unique lens. So whatever your needs, insist on Essilor. Visit your local Essilor experts and find the perfect lens for you. See more, do more, Essilor.
When you have depression, it can plunge you into deep, dark lows. And can leave you feeling extremely sad and disinterested. Overwhelmed by bipolar depression? Ask about Vraylar. Not all types of depression should be treated the same. Vraylar effectively helps relieve all symptoms of bipolar depression with just 1 pill once a day. Elderly patients with dementia-related psychosis have an increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, which may mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. Metabolic changes may occur. Nausea, restlessness, and movement dysfunction are common side effects. When bipolar depression overwhelms, ask how Vraylar can help.
Not attorney spokesperson. This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by Nightline Legal. Cases assigned on a random basis to participating law firms. This drug remains approved by the FDA. If you or a loved one regularly took Zantac and were later diagnosed with cancer, call right now. You may be entitled to financial compensation. Potential cancers include bladder cancer, colon cancer, kidney cancer, stomach cancer, liver cancer, pancreatic cancer. Do not stop taking a prescribed medication without first consulting with your doctor. Discontinuing a prescribed medication without your doctor's advice can result in injury or death.
800-325-0899.
Have you heard of Nuts.com? It's the best kept secret of savvy snackers all over the country. Incredible nuts, dried fruits, organic snacks, and gluten-free treats. There's something for everyone to love, including 10% off your first order.
Best pistachios ever.
Love the dried peaches.
White chocolate toffee cashews are awesome.
The holy grail of honey sesame sticks.
The quality has made me a customer for life.
With so much to love and 10% off your first order, check out Nuts.com.
This is epic.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We got severe weather threat. We are live on the ground.
Right now, it's coming down.
The Weather Channel.
Thank you for staying with the Weather Channel's continuing live and continuous coverage of Hurricane, now turned Tropical Storm Laura. I'm Justin Michaels in Shreveport, Louisiana for you, where the rain is really coming down at a decent clip. We haven't had rain like this for maybe about the last hour, hour and a half. You can look out on the Red River and see it actually hitting the water. It's kind of doing something fun to the surface. And in fact, if we look up the Red River, Mark Whaley behind the lens, you can see it's almost kind of blotting out some of the trees up there, just about how much rain is coming down. So even during the height of the storm, it was raining like this, but, you know, it kept coming in waves. Now it's kind of consistent and really coming down. The wind has died down significantly, and that's a good thing. But, folks, you know, with the winds we had earlier today, you could have tree limbs that are unstable, trees that are unstable, power lines are down. Even here in Shreveport, where we didn't get the brunt of the storm, there are still some dangers that persist. Now, I just checked the latest power outage numbers across Louisiana and Texas, Mississippi, Arkansas. And if you add all those areas up, and we're talking about the power impact of hurricane now turned tropical storm Laura, nearly 850,000 customers are without power. And we have to believe those numbers are going to at least sustain, if not continue to go up, because remember, the storm continues to move to the north. Little Rock, Arkansas, and the entire Arkansas area going into Kentucky and so on and so forth, as this storm moves, we have to believe there are still going to be power outages that persist. So make sure you're using extreme caution. Don't be using your generators inside because that can turn deadly very quickly. And Felicia, the worst news we've had all day is the fact that 3 people are confirmed dead because of this now tropical storm Laura. Let's hope the number stops there. Felicia, right now to you in Little Rock.
Yeah, thanks so much, Justin. That's always our goal, of course. That's why we're here. That's why we're here days before the storm, to tell you the different impacts you might be feeling so you can prepare. So I want to make sure you know in Little Rock, it has begun to deteriorate. The weather deterioration that we were expecting has begun at this point, but it's only going to get worse from here. We're going to continue to see the gustier winds and the heavier rain lifting north as Tropical Storm Laura continues to lift north. So you're going to have those gusty winds, and we'll likely see even more power outages right now across southern Arkansas. We're talking about more than 36,000 power outages. Now, a lot of the school districts around here, including the Little Rock School District, they had early release so they could get the students out before the weather continued to get worse. And I'd say we should probably take the cue on that, because after 2 p.m. All the way into tonight, we're going to continue to kind of see this worsening, the winds picking up, the power outages starting to spark, and also flash flooding is going to be a big problem. We have a huge flash flood warning across a good portion of southern Arkansas already, kind of starting just south of Pulaski County at this point. Little Rock area, I wouldn't be surprised if, especially in some of the flood-prone urban areas where you don't get that runoff as easily, you're starting to see some flooding. Now, of course, we have a flood watch, or a flash flood watch, in effect until tomorrow, tornado watch until 4 p.m. So we do have these things ongoing, a tropical storm warning as well. So really expecting for things to just continue to kind of deteriorate here in Little Rock, Colleen. So the moral of the story is you should have had your preps done, and now you should be in and stay in for the rest of the evening.
Yeah, and Felicia, that's great advice. Just stay in. You don't need to be out and about. And always good to tell folks that this isn't it. So for Little Rock, as Felicia was just talking about, the worst is yet to come. And so unfortunately, things are going to be deteriorating throughout the rest of this afternoon and evening. Also posted, we do have those flash flood watches that extend up into the Little Rock area and a good chunk of Arkansas, even getting into Memphis as well in the western sides of Tennessee. So now we've had such an extreme wind event with Laura, and not that we can't still see winds, but it's also going to be the rain, the flash flooding. We could see anywhere from 5 to 8 inches of rain in Little Rock, even around Memphis, 3 to 5 inches of rain as the remnants of Laura continue to roll through over the next couple days. There's the rain still to come, kind of shows you the track starting from Arkansas there tonight and then taking this easterly turn, moving through parts of the Mississippi River Valley as well as into the mid-Atlantic. So again, a lot more folks are going to be seeing the effects of Laura as we head into the coming days. Here's one look at Memphis. Showers and thunderstorms over the next couple days as we head into the upcoming weekend. And again, for today, too, really got to pay attention to any severe weather. If you're on that eastern side of that track, that's when we can see those quick tornadoes spin up. So we're going to be watching that along with the flooding as Laura continues to peter out over parts of the continental U.S. And for Memphis, you can still see some wind gusts up to around 25 to 30 miles an hour as we head into Friday. And there's those rainfall totals anywhere from 3 to 5 inches. So there you go. Parts of Memphis still looking at the potential of flooding. And then, of course, we're monitoring any threat of severe weather with Laura. Our crews are stationed all over, helping to keep you safe bringing you the latest information as Laura continues to wreak havoc in Arkansas and then soon to the Mississippi Valley and the Mid-Atlantic. We'll have the latest coming up right after this.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know. But that Parker promo saved me so much in my insurance. I brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man, man.
You want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
If you're balding, thinning, or receding, it's not your fault. Get your real hair back. See results in as little as 4 months with the EXT program from Hair Club. Clinically proven to regrow your hair. Even Boris Griffin turned to Hair Club.
Hair Club presented me a bunch of personal options that are directly tailored to my needs and my actual head. Wish I'd come in a couple of years ago.
Call or go online for your free consultation, plus a $250 digital gift card toward any qualifying Hair Club program.
Need a nice reward today? Treat yourself to a Heath bar, because nothing says special like rich English toffee. Heath, it's English toffee.
Super Emma just about sleeps in her cave, but when we realized she was battling sensitive skin, we switched to new Tide plus Downy Free. It's gentle on her skin and dermatologist recommended. New Tide Pods plus Downy Free. Safe for sensitive skin with eczema and psoriasis.
Through our love promise, Subaru and our retailers are proud to be replanting 500,000 trees in areas devastated by wildfires. Subaru, more than a car company.
You may not see them, but your itchy eyes know they're out there. Thousands of allergens in each cubic yard of air. No wonder you rub your eyes hundreds of times a day. But now, relief is just one drop away. Introducing Pataday. Full prescription strength Pataday works right in your eyes, right on the cells that make them itch. Fast, just one drop once a day means relief that lasts all day. So turn your day into a Pataday. Now get Pataday without a prescription. Everywhere.
A lung cancer diagnosis can leave you holding your breath. But Bristol-Myers Squibb is working to change things by researching new kinds of medicines that could help you live longer, including options that are chemo-free, because we're committed to bringing new hope into lung cancer care. Learn about our lung cancer research at lungcancerresearch.com.
Can't wait to tell everyone about AT&T's big 5G news.
AT&T has nationwide 5G?
Yep.
And that's faster?
Faster, yeah.
But is it reliable?
Uh-huh, and secure.
You should consider making a big deal about it.
Bigger?
I said bigger.
Oh, bigger deal, bigger than what I'm doing.
It's not complicated. A 5G network needs a 5G device. Now everyone, including existing customers, can get a free Samsung Galaxy Note 20 after trade-in.
John Tyson's motto was, when better chickens are hatched, we will hatch them. It's why all of the Tyson chicken that bears his name is raised with no antibiotics ever. Every nugget, strip, and drumstick. Keep it real. Keep it Tyson.
Welcome back into our continuing coverage of Laura, what was a major Category 4 hurricane making landfall last night in southern Louisiana is now a tropical storm churning its way through the Gulf states, currently impacting Little Rock, Arkansas, where you see me here. The storm eventually going to end up in the mid-Atlantic and then cross off into the Atlantic Ocean, possibly re-strengthen as it speeds away from the U.S. We're, of course, going to keep you updated through all of that as we head through the weekend. Now, I'm here in Little Rock, Arkansas, where we have a tropical storm warning, a flash flood watch, a tornado watch. The rain has started to come down. The winds have begun to pick up a bit, and it's going to continue like this over the next several hours with the conditions worsening. Now, one place that kind of got a taste of the storm before Little Rock, that was Shreveport, Louisiana, where we find our own Justin Michaels.
Now, Tropical Storm Laura was a hurricane, of course, hitting the coast at a Category 4. When it came through Shreveport, Louisiana, where we are now, it was a Category 1, and that might not sound like a big deal, but for people who live here, at 4:37 this morning, when that hurricane warning was issued here in Shreveport, well, believe it or not, that's a first. There's never been a hurricane warning issued in Shreveport, Louisiana, just showing you how powerful this storm was. Hurricane Laura, only 7 miles per hour away from being declared a Category 5 hurricane, slamming into the Gulf Coast and coming north, and then eventually passing Shreveport, Louisiana, putting a hurricane warning here in place for about 5 hours earlier today. You can see the Red River right now. Rain is beginning to come down yet again. We have these waves of rain coming throughout the course of the day. But of course, because of where Shreveport is positioned and where this storm went through, the good news is it could have been worse here. We were on the western side here in Shreveport of, at the time, Hurricane Laura. And that's a good place to be if you're going to have to go through a hurricane. Better to be on the western side than the eastern side. So Shreveport, though it has been dealing with plenty of hurricane-force winds for a little while there, and then gusting for a better part of the day over 50 miles per hour, the good news is it could have been worse here in Shreveport. Not to diminish the dangers, not to diminish the power of this storm. Of course, it has claimed lives and knocked power out for hundreds and hundreds of thousands of customers. We know that these issues are going to persist for the coming days, and of course, we're going to be telling those stories after the storm. In Shreveport, Louisiana, Justin Michaels, the Weather Channel.
All right, Justin, thank you. And a devastating windstorm for southwest Louisiana. We are looking at damage that is along the lines of tornado damage in many, many parts of Lake Charles, Louisiana. Take a look at some of the winds that we saw last night before the instrumentation went down. Winds gusting to 134 miles per hour in Lake Charles in Louisiana. And again, we've seen just block after block of trees down and major structural damage as well. Cameron gusting to 127 and Alexandria gusting to 86 miles per hour. So that really is going to be the legacy of the storm. There was also significant surge along the coast. We saw a surge of 9 feet, the second worst on record at Calcasieu Pass, but the worst of it did not make its way up past Calcasieu Pass and into Lake Charles, as had been feared. The storm was just a little bit too far east for that to occur. So a 65 mile per hour tropical storm right now. It is moving north at 15 miles per hour. That northward motion is going to continue and bring the center right up through Little Rock, Arkansas over the next couple of hours here. And then the storm is going to start to feel westerly winds and take a right turn and move out into Kentucky and then into West Virginia. But keep in mind, as we've said many, many times before, this is not an impacts cone. And so actually the worse the weather, in some cases, towards Tennessee and also into North Carolina. You see the circulation very clearly still showing up here in southern parts of Arkansas. Winds now gusting to 41 in Little Rock in Arkansas and gusting to 37 in Monticello and 29 in Texarkana. So that's the type of thing that we're going to be looking at through the rest of the day today, along with the flash flood threat, flash flood warning now for Cleveland, Dallas, and Grant County. Certainly watch out for that in and around Little Rock for the afternoon rush. Then to the south, we're not seeing a whole lot of activity. There's been some concern about tornadoes. There's an ongoing tornado watch that will be up for another hour, but so far we have not seen a lot of activity on that front. So talking about wind gusts going forward, winds getting up to 50, 60 miles per hour in Little Rock going through the next couple of hours here. Then as we take you into this evening, winds may be gusting 50, 60 in Memphis, Tennessee, and it's going to go on for a long time. Right, so that's going to keep Memphis in that wind for a longer period of time through tonight, overnight, and tomorrow morning. Even late in the morning, winds still gusting 40 to 50 miles per hour, and then it begins to abate as we get into the latter part of the day tomorrow. And then here you see in the forecast for Friday, some strong winds coming into Nashville, Tennessee late on Friday, and that strong wind moving into Knoxville and Chattanooga by Saturday morning. All right, let's go out to Felicia Combs right now. She is reporting for us in Little Rock, and Felicia saw the winds gusting now to 41, so the weather definitely going downhill there now.
It certainly is, Carl, and that's what we expected. We kind of had a little bit of a precursor or a, like an appetizer to what we're going to get here in Little Rock from southern Arkansas. Now, let me tell you a little bit about some of the things we've already heard out of southern Arkansas. We've already had power outages. In fact, in Union County, you've got more than 7,500 people without power at this point. That's where we find El Dorado. And then also near the South Arkansas Regional Airport, you reported a 54 mile per hour wind gust earlier this morning. picked up more than 3.5 inches of rain just in the past about 6 hours. So that is adding up there, and that's what's headed our way. Now, you may notice it doesn't look too intense right now. We've got a momentary break in the extremely gusty winds and the heavier rain, but that's just a break. It's going to continue to come down. The wind is going to continue to go up. So in Little Rock, I can't stress enough, you want to prepare for power outages. I've watched those power outages climb up the state as the gustier winds have also climbed up the state with Tropical Storm Laura. At first seeing it all along Union County. Prescott, you're getting in on some of those outages as well. At the last time I looked, it was over 36,000 people in Arkansas without power. And I think we're going to continue to see that number grow and those outages increase and go up by county. So Pulaski County, I would prepare for some power outages. As you've got these lush trees, you've got these beautiful tree canopies around, and the ground is saturated. And of course, that allows those trees to come down a little bit easier. So I want to break it down for you really quick in Little Rock what you're dealing with. You've got that tropical storm warning because you will see some tropical storm force winds gusting higher than that, as we've already seen at 41 miles per hour, like Carl said. You've got a flash flood watch. Flash flooding is a big concern at this point. Some places have been in rain for hours, and it's adding up. So I want to remind you, don't drive through those flooded roads. It can get dangerous very quickly. It only takes 12 inches of flowing water to sweep away your car. So you don't want to drive through that. We are also still dealing with that tornado watch. We've got a little while left on that. So, Colleen, you know, the thing about it is, while we're greatly removed from the worst of the damage from Laura, we still have our own risks here in central Arkansas. So I don't want anyone to kind of just, you know, ignore the storm at this point because it's going to get worse.
Yeah, you can't let your guard down. You still have that tornado watch out, flash flood watch is out, a lot to come, and then eventually this is going to be happening into the nighttime hours, which makes it even more dangerous. So Laura has a long way to go. As you heard Felicia mentioning, it's the rain. They could see 5 to 8 inches of rain in and around the Little Rock area. And again, some of these spots, when Laura arrives, you're seeing rain for hours on end. So again, we will look at the potential of flooding in the Arkansas area, and then even getting into portions of western Tennessee. As Memphis, you're going to be under the gun, not just for rain, but also for the wind that is going to be rolling through. There's a look at our flash flood watches, still encompassing Little Rock as well as Memphis, even up to Paducah, as Laura makes that right-hand turn and continues off to the east. So Memphis, wet. It's going to be showers and thunderstorms as we head through tonight as well as into Friday. And we can't let our guard down on any severe weather either. We can see those quick spin-ups of tornadoes as these tropical storms start to fall apart over land. So that's going to be another concern on top of the flooding as well. Then as we take a look at the rain still to come, this gives you a good perspective of where Laura is going. We have the highest totals there in and around the Little Rock area. Then as it takes that right-hand turn, Memphis, Nashville, even getting into portions of Knoxville, and then even into Virginia and even North Carolina, you will see some of the rain. Not the rainfall totals that we'll see today into tonight, but again, still the rain as well as even some wind as Laura continues to weaken over parts of the Mississippi River Valley as well as the Mid-Atlantic. Nashville, as I mentioned, is one of them. As we head into Friday and Saturday, you will see some showers and thunderstorms. You can have the winds picking up. There's Friday, 85 degrees. We'll have thunderstorms in place. And then Saturday, slowly starting to clear up in the Nashville area. And then for Cincinnati even. So you're going to be on that northern side of the track. And that could have some shower and thunderstorm impacts for you too, Friday and Saturday. So let's talk about what we know so far about Laura. Unfortunately, at least 4 people were killed in Louisiana, and that does bring the overall death toll to 27. The president said he'll visit Texas and Louisiana this weekend to survey the damage, and Texas Governor Greg Abbott participated in a flyover for parts of Texas. He said it seems the city of Orange suffered the most significant damage. And then Comcast has opened free Wi-Fi hotspots across Louisiana and greater metro to allow non-customers and emergency personnel to stay connected. Want to show you a bird's eye view of the damage in Lake Charles, Louisiana. The city's mayor says Hurricane Laura proved to be a catastrophic wind event for the area. Just look at all the debris and the damage from the hurricane's powerful winds as it blasted through the region. We had those wind gusts in Lake Charles up to 134 miles per hour. And this was just early this morning. The mayor says it just looks like a bomb went off in some of these neighborhoods. And unfortunately, they're going to be going to have a long way to go for areas as those power outages will continue, as well as cleanup will continue. And from a bird's eye view to the ground view, this is the damage in Lake Charles. The hurricane left behind this trail of damage across the city. So many trees down. And unfortunately, just so much has happened with those. You can see just knocking down whole power lines. The lieutenant governor says he saw hundreds of trees down in a state park. Meanwhile, in devastated areas, there is now a massive effort underway to restore power. So again, just trying to stay patient in some of these areas. I know it's hard, but there are so many folks in the dark, and those first responders and everyone in your area is trying to help out to get that power back on. But it's dangerous out there. As we were talking earlier, the Attorney General in Louisiana said essentially every single road in Lake Charles has some type of debris on it. So it's really hard to get to some of those places. Here's a look at the current power outage. We have over 700,000 customers without power in Texas and Louisiana. And remember, a customer is a household. So that could be multiple people within that household that are without power. And unfortunately, as we continue to watch Laura track north, as Felicia had mentioned earlier too, we're going to see this number start to grow. And so unfortunately, that's going to be the case as it moves up into parts of Arkansas and out of Louisiana. There's that peak wind gust for Lake Charles, 134 miles per hour. Cameron, Louisiana, 127 miles per hour. So very strong wind. That has started to weaken for Louisiana, at least in terms of the wind, but now that's moving into parts of Arkansas. We're going to be watching that, especially even for western Tennessee. Carl was talking earlier about how that right-hand turn is going to put Memphis specifically with some wind and some rain for a long time as Laura makes that easterly track. And there you go. There's the forecast for power outages all the way from the coast up into Arkansas. There's Little Rock, Memphis. You could also be under the gun for power outages as we head through the rest of today as well as into Friday. So as the number of power outages continue to grow in Louisiana and Texas, it's important that you know what to do if you ever find yourself in the dark for a long period of time. Also want to go over to Carl Parker right now with an update here on some new tornado warnings.
Yeah, we're watching some very strong storms right now in the Northeast, and there is a tornado warning in Connecticut to tell you about. That is New Haven County under warning until 4:30 this afternoon. Zooming on down here, you can see that little notch that has developed right there. Storm's moving very quickly, and so we're looking at a motion here about 50 miles per hour to the southeast. I'm going to show you what is called the velocity data. We'll look inside the storm, and to be honest with you, it's looking a little bit less like a tornado threat and more like a pretty serious damaging wind threat. In fact, we can actually query some of these values right in there. There's an inbound velocity of 80 miles per hour that is coming down towards Guilford here. So in addition to a threat for a tornado, got a serious damaging wind threat that is driving southeastward, that coming towards Guilford as well as towards Hoadley Neck as it moves off to the south and to the east. So heads up on that. Now, outside of that, there are a number of severe thunderstorm warnings. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning now for Middlesex and New Haven and Suffolk counties. That for that complex that has yet to come across Long Island Sound. But again, as I mentioned, these things are moving very quickly, about 50 miles per hour. Also a severe warning there in Danbury for Fairfield and Middlesex and New Haven counties. You see the storms that are now beginning to crowd the area just east of Poughkeepsie and also near Newburgh. Then another warning here into New York State, Delaware, and Sullivan counties under severe warning. Yet another one off to the west. Same counties involved, but adding Wayne County as well. Yet another warning here in Broome and Shenango and Cortland counties. Severe warning there. Portland, Tioga, and then Schuyler and Steuben and Yates County. So, just a whole series of severe thunderstorm warnings extending all the way back into upstate New York, near Rochester, Genesee, and Livingston and Wyoming counties. And also want to tell you there is a tornado watch in effect. That now includes the eastern part of Long Island, southern Connecticut, a little bit of Rhode Island, Massachusetts, southeastern New York, and northeastern Pennsylvania as well. Very scary storms rapidly moving southeast across many parts of southern New England. We'll have more on this coming up in a few minutes.
This summer, we've all got miles to make up. Miles to the job site, to the campsite, and anything else we set our sights on. Miles back to those who can make this summer mean more than ever. We can help you get the most out of those miles during the Ram Labor Day sales event.
Right now, get $7,300 in total values on the 2020 Ram 1500. Shop and buy online at ram.com.
It's totally normal to have constipation with belly pain, straining, and bloating again and again.
No way.
More exercise, more water, and more fiber is the only way to manage it.
Is it?
Maybe you think it's occasional constipation.
Maybe it's not.
It could be a chronic medical condition called IBS-C, and time to say yes to Linzess. Linzess works differently than laxatives. It helps relieve belly pain and lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements. Do not give Linzess to children less than 6, and it should not be given to children 6 to less than 18. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Change your thinking to IBS-C. If your constipation and belly pain keeps coming back, tell your doctor and say yes to Linzess.
Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything. Like pizza, your coworker's lunch, whatever this is. Astronaut food. And astronauts? Everything. Yum. It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. I put that on everything.
Leaf Filter is rolling into neighborhoods all across America to end the dangerous task of climbing ladders and cleaning gutters. On this side of the house, we see gutters clogged with leaves, debris, and shingle grit.
Now let's turn on the rain.
Watch what happens to the roof and foundation.
Look at that damage.
Okay, who wants to climb a ladder and clean the gutter?
No way, not me.
On this side, we installed Leaf Filter, the nation's #1 rated gutter protection system.
Now let's bring back the rain.
Leaf Filter filters out everything except for water. Works perfect.
We need that.
There's no damage because the gutters are clean, not clogged. And clean gutters mean
No ladders. And no damage.
call 833 Leaf Filter or go to getleaffilter.com for your free gutter inspection and estimate. Act now and save 15%.
Need a nice reward today? Treat yourself to a Heath bar, because nothing says special like rich English toffee. Heath, it's English toffee.
Attention Zantac users. The FDA requested manufacturers to pull Zantac and products containing ranitidine off the market, noting exposure to unacceptable levels of a cancer-causing agent. If you or a loved one was diagnosed with cancer after regular use of Zantac or ranitidine products, you might be entitled to financial compensation. If you have any of these cancers, time is critical. Call now for a free consultation. If you don't win, you pay nothing.
Call 800-591-3295.
I sent your new prescription to the pharmacy.
Any idea how much it will cost?
You have a choice. Insurance or GoodRx?
I have insurance.
Insurance is not what it used to be. People struggle to get their prescriptions covered, and prices keep rising. I recommend GoodRx. You get free coupons to save on your prescriptions. Compare prices to find the best discounts.
GoodRx. Smart.
Stop paying too much for your prescriptions. Download the free app today.
This is epic!
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We got a severe weather threat. We are live on the ground.
Right now, it's coming down. The Weather Channel. Hurricane season doesn't stop for a pandemic, and neither do we.
Be ready for impacts well beyond the center of the hurricane.
Don't let COVID-19 take your eye off the tropics. This year's threat is more complex and dangerous than ever before.
Remain vigilant, pay close attention to the Weather Channel.
No one can cover this historic hurricane season better than the Weather Channel. Get the information you need to stay safe every day. Storm safety in a pandemic, all season long, right here on the Weather Channel.
And we've been with you through the entirety of Laura, and we're going to continue to be with you as Laura, now a tropical storm, becomes a tropical depression and whisks off toward the mid-Atlantic. Now, earlier I was actually in Houston, and that's where we also find Mary Jane Mudd. She's from the American Red Cross, and she's in Houston helping out with some of the shelters and dealing with the evacuees that have come there. So thanks so much for joining us, Mary Jane. How many shelters are you creating due to Laura?
Well, the American Red Cross has been working with local authorities in Texas and Louisiana to put together a number of shelters. We helped 10,000 people in partnership with our local authorities to find a safe place to stay last night, both in Texas and Louisiana. So that's 10,000. Over 800 American Red Cross volunteers have deployed to this area. There are actually 400 on the ground, 150 on their way, and others are pre-positioned in various locations. So it's been quite a night, but there's a lot of help out there to just bring some comfort to those who have been hit by this hurricane.
Yeah, Mary Jane, I know you mentioned around 10,000 people you helped. That's a lot of people, especially when you have to find extra space because of the pandemic. So how has COVID-19 kind of changed the way the shelters operate?
It's hard enough to evacuate your home. There's so much stress involved in that. And then when you add COVID-19 to it, it's even harder. So we have been telling people to please listen to local authorities, please evacuate if you're told to do so. And while I can't speak for the state-run shelters, I can tell you that any American Red Cross shelters do follow a protocol. When people arrive at the shelter, their temperature is taken. PPE is given out, such as face masks. Cots are separated. There's distance, about 6 feet between the cots. Also, if somebody is feeling sick or might have been exposed to someone with COVID, there is an isolation area where they can rest and be comforted. But then the rest of the individuals who come to the shelter have their own space as well. We're doing everything we can to maintain safety. We know that's critical in making people feel comfortable to evacuate.
And Mary Jane, I think that's one of the most important things. So many people have been worried about, do I risk COVID-19 and go to the shelter? But as we can see, the hurricane was certainly just destructive across southern Louisiana. Thanks so much for talking to us, Mary Jane Mudd with the American Red Cross. Valuable information there. So looking ahead, if you're in an evacuation zone and you're told to evacuate and maybe you're worried about dealing with COVID-19 at a shelter, maybe that can give you some peace of mind that you will be safe. Because, Carl, we're not done. We're not anywhere near done with hurricane season yet. In fact, we're not even to the peak. So almost certainly we will be dealing with another storm, maybe not of Laura's magnitude, but another storm before this hurricane season is over.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, the peak of the season is coming up in the second week of September, so we've got a lot of season left to go, that is for sure. Felicia, thank you so much. We wanted to take a look at a little bit of a postmortem here and show you how this happened last night, because we got into a terrible, devastating windstorm in the northern eye wall in Lake Charles there, just widespread tornado-like damage in Lake Charles. But they did avoid the worst of the surge, and I'll tell you, it was a really close call. I think it might have been just a 15 to 20 mile difference in terms of that track there, because in the northern eye wall, you've got winds that are coming out of the east, and so that's what came up towards Cameron, Louisiana, whereas in the eastern eye wall, you've got winds coming out of the south. So that is the really critical part of the storm relative to the surge. Where are you seeing that maximum onshore push of wind? And then right here, you see the ship channel, which is right there coming up towards Calcasieu Lake. Calcasieu Lake is in here. And so if we had the maximum southerly flow of very strong winds coming up through that ship channel into Calcasieu Lake, that would have driven the surge up into Lake Charles, and we would have maximized the surge in Lake Charles. and some of the modeling was showing that it could have been the worst that we have seen on record there in Lake Charles. So I think this difference of about 15 miles made all the difference in the world in terms of getting that surge. As it stood, we saw this maximum onshore push in areas that were farther east. And I'll tell you, we may never know exactly how bad the surge was because these are largely unpopulated areas. They're wetlands, they're marsh, and we don't have any gauges here to really know exactly how bad it was. But, you know, could have been a 15-foot surge, but we just don't have the data to prove that. But we do know that in Calcasieu Pass, it was the second worst surge on record at 9 feet, only exceeded by Ike back in 2008. And again, as I mentioned, this was an incredible windstorm, winds of 134 miles per hour in a gust in Lake Charles. And we've seen just amazing pictures of damage there. We're going to talk more about where the storm is headed next, coming up in just a few minutes.
This is Ava. These are Ava's shoulders. They square off and bear it all. But now Ava's shoulders are stronger than ever. This is what Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield does for Ava. And with plans that fit your life and budget, you can count on us when it matters most. This is Medicare from Blue Cross Blue Shield. This is the benefit of blue.
The thing with depression, you get stuck. Multiple symptoms holding you back. Even the fur balls don't make you happy. Okay, puppies, time for a do-over. Then your doctor tells you about Trintellix, a prescription medicine for adults with depression. And you're feeling this overall relief. Get it, girl. Plus, Trintellix had no significant impact on weight in clinical trials.
Tell your doctor right away if you have worsening depression, unusual changes in mood, behavior, or thoughts of suicide. Antidepressants can increase these in children, teens, and young adults. Do not take with MAOIs. Tell your doctor about your medications, including migraine, psychiatric, and depression medications, to avoid a potentially life-threatening condition. Increased risk of bleeding and bruising may occur, especially if taken with NSAID pain relievers, aspirin, or blood thinners. Manic episodes or vision problems may occur in some people. May cause low sodium levels. Common side effects include nausea, constipation, and vomiting. Some reports of weight gain have been received since product approval.
All about this.
Ask your doctor about Trintellix. Financial help may be available.
Hey, I'm Giovanni, and a little thing I love about Chick-fil-A nuggets is that they're perfectly breaded. There's just that right amount of crisp. I don't know what they're doing in the kitchen, but it's pure magic.
Hey there, I'm Aisha, and my favorite thing about the Chick-fil-A nuggets is how easy you can share them with your friends. They taste fresh, they're crispy, you can taste that every single one is unique. The top tier, best chicken nuggets ever. You guys should put that in the commercial.
How do you think they make Starburst taste so juicy?
Starburst? Juice-Dradic equation. Super top secret mathematical formula they keep stored inside a safe, inside a vault, inside a volcano.
Oh, Juice-Dradics.
Starburst, unexplainably juicy.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again, and wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Need a nice reward today? Treat yourself to a Heath bar, because nothing says special like rich English toffee. Heath, it's English toffee.
You don't get much time to yourself. So when you do, make it count with Crest Pro Health. It protects the 8 areas dentists check for a healthier mouth. The #1 toothpaste brand in America, Crest.
Look at that scuffed up wall. Staring at you. Embarrassing you in front of your in-laws. Spreading rumors about you at work. That wall is your Everest, but not anymore. Today, let's paint. That wall never knew what hit it. Today, let's paint. Fair. Exclusively at the Home Depot.
John Tyson's motto was, when better chickens are hatched, we will hatch them. It's why all of the Tyson chicken that bears his name is raised with no antibiotics ever. Every nugget, strip, and drumstick. Keep it real. Keep it Tyson.
Welcome back into our continuing coverage of Laura, what was a major hurricane making landfall overnight last night, now a tropical storm expected to be a tropical depression by Friday morning. I'm meteorologist Felicia Collins coming to you live from Little Rock, Arkansas, now taking the beating from the north side of Laura as this storm continues to kind of move north through the state. Already seeing more than 45,000 customers without electricity across south and central Arkansas. And we're going to for sure see those numbers going up for one reason. Now, so far, the fatalities that we know of from Laura in the U.S. mainland, those have been from fallen trees. And Arkansas, especially central Arkansas, is one of those places that has just an absolutely lush tree canopy. When you're talking about these large trees, these become dangerous for a couple different reasons. One, if you have maybe an unhealthy tree, that's going to fall easily. But also this particular area in Arkansas has seen a ton of rain, so the ground is already saturated, so that compromises that root system of those trees. Those can fall and be dangerous, but that can also take out power lines. So if you're in central Arkansas, northeast Arkansas, I would say go ahead and prepare for some power outages. We are going to see what southern Arkansas saw, and those winds are going to continue to pick up. Rain's going to continue to pick up here, so we're certainly going to continue to see those power outages climbing as we head into the late afternoon and the evening. It's not just the wind that we have to worry about with the gusty winds coming in, tropical storm force at times, but also the rain. Portions of, say, Saline County could see more than 10 inches of rain from this, and that's certainly going to lead to some flooding issues. We have a flash flood watch in effect for a huge portion of southern Arkansas and central Arkansas as we're expecting this rain to just keep coming down and keep adding up. We've already seen some flash flooding issues. And then, of course, being on the northeast side of this storm, you could also see some isolated tornadoes spinning up. Although, Carl, the good news is I've been looking at some of what the Storm Prediction Center is thinking, and it does seem as though they think that the risk for tornadoes is diminishing a bit more as we head into the later afternoon for this area.
Yeah, and certainly what we've seen so far seems to bear that out. We really have not seen any tornado warnings in this area so far. Now, here is the latest from the Hurricane Center. 65-mile-per-hour storm moving north at 15 miles per hour. So it's continuing to move up into Little Rock. We're going to see a northerly motion initially, but then the storm is going to begin to feel stronger westerly winds aloft and hang a right, essentially, and move out into Kentucky and into the Virginias. But the impacts are going to be felt not just there, but also to the south of that cone. Remember, a cone is not an impacts cone. It's showing you where the center is going, but you can have impacts that are well outside of that cone. That's precisely what we think is going to be the case. Some strong wind coming up into Tennessee, for example, over the next couple of days. So there's a look at the circulation over the last few hours. You can see it moving right along there. The one good thing about a storm that is moving is that you get less rainfall. So there's an inverse relationship between the forward speed and the amount of rainfall that you get. When the speed decreases, the rainfall increases. And we've had a lot of slow-moving storms in recent years. And as a matter of fact, there's been a trend towards slower-moving tropical cyclones, which dramatically raises the potential for flash flooding. So we're getting some of that now, but it would be a lot worse were the storm not moving right along. Are seeing some pretty strong wind now. Monticello gusting to 46 miles per hour. Little Rock also gusting to 46 miles per hour. So, that's getting towards the level where you might start to see some limbs coming down, some power lines coming down. Certainly power outages are going to be a possibility. Flash flood warning in effect now south of Little Rock for Cleveland, Dallas, and Grant counties, that going until 5:20. Talked about the tornado threat. There are tornado watches up. You see there's not a lot of activity in the wake of the storm here in Mississippi and also in Louisiana. We are seeing some storms well out to the east, more towards Alabama, but not as much wind shear in those areas. So there is a tornado watch going until 4 o'clock Central Time, but as Felicia mentioned, we may not see it extend past that time. So here's a model wind forecast, and you notice the wind's really picking up in Little Rock, gusting perhaps 50 to 60 miles per hour. We're going to see that in Memphis, Tennessee later tonight. There's 11 o'clock tonight. And then because the storm is starting to take a right turn there, that's actually going to make the wind last in Memphis for a pretty long period of time. It develops tonight and then goes through the overnight, goes into the morning, even into late morning. We're still gusting 40 to 50 miles per hour late morning. So a prolonged period of wind in western Tennessee and surrounding areas. Then as we look farther east, we see strong winds coming into central Tennessee by tomorrow night. So Nashville, pretty rough Friday night, Huntsville, Bowling Green, and then we'll see that in Knoxville and Chattanooga on Saturday morning, and then some strong wind moving over into North and South Carolina by the time we get into Saturday afternoon. We'll have much more on Tropical Storm Laura coming up in a moment.
How do you think they make Starburst taste so juicy?
Starburst? Juice-Dradic equation. Super top secret mathematical formula they keep stored inside a safe, inside a vault, inside a volcano.
Juice-Dradics.
Starburst, unexplainably juicy.
Need a nice reward today? Treat yourself to a Heath bar, because nothing says special like rich English toffee. Heath, it's English toffee.
If you're balding, thinning, or receding, it's not your fault. Get your real hair back. See results in as little as 4 months with the EXT program from Hair Club, clinically proven to regrow your hair. Even Boris Griffin turned to Hair Club.
Hair Club presented me a bunch of personal options that are directly tailored to my needs and my actual head. Wish I'd come in a couple years ago.
Call or go online for your free consultation, plus a $250 digital gift card toward any qualifying Hair Club program.
We got a Subaru to give him some adventure. To reconnect.